The ethnic peoples of Russia include some groups who have not assimilated with their numerous neighbors. They often do not number more than several hundred people. Over thousands of years, their way of life has practically remained unchanged, and their ancient beliefs, traditions, and languages have been preserved. Because of their closed way of life, the details of their existence are practically unknown to the wider population. We are starting to write our own Red Book of the Peoples of Russia, whose culture may disappear tomorrow. We have a sacred place on the other side of the tundra. It is called Kaganaga, which means the Ridge of God. Long ago, God Naga created the first people on Earth, but soon they forgot about him. And so, Naga decided to destroy all humankind by flooding the entire Earth. They say that only one mountain survived the big flood. Somewhere over the horizon, that's the Naga Ridge, from where the Enets spread out to all the corners of the world. Enets means man in the Enets language. The ancestors of those nomads called each other that way. It was Soviet ethnographers who first named this people the Enets. In the 1930s, gigantic icebreakers brought new people to the Taimyr Peninsula. That's how the development of the Arctic region started. Even the icebound Yenisei succumbed to the power of civilization. But these people remained devoted to the rule of the ancient god Naga. Today, they still live in the heart of the Taharda tundra. They call themselves One Enchu, the real people. Their language is one of the rarest in the world. In the Russian chronicles of the 17th century, the Enets are referred to as the Yenisei Samoyeds. They live in the south of the Taimyr Peninsula and were divided into two groups, the tundra and the forest Enets. The first group called themselves Madu. They migrated between the Yenisei and the Pura in the summer and between the Malaya Keta River and the Piasino Lake in the winter. The other group populated the forests to the south of Dudinka. The neighboring tribes called them Pibai, which means forest dwellers. Roman Silkin is a descendant of the tundra Enets. He is a true One Enchu, a real man. He speaks the authentic language and remembers the traditions of the ancestors. Now there are less than 30 descendants of the tundra Enets in Taimyr. Are you ready? Hurry up. Check that we have taken everything we need. The lasso and the harness, so that we don't have to look for them later. And don't forget the gun. Do you hear me? Don't forget the gun. Listening to the father and his son having a conversation, it's not easy to tell that they speak different languages, yet they do. And it's not because of the generation gap. There's a different reason. I have 4 sons. Ivan is the eldest. There are also Kostya and Maxim. Ivan went to school only for 1 year, Maxim for 7 years, and Kostya for 9 years. Another son is still a schoolboy. My wife lives with him in the city. She's a Enets, not Enets. And she raised the children her own way while I was looking after the reindeer here. Have you played enough? I'll be finished soon. All right, let me show you how to make a proper lasso. Watch and learn. First, you throw one rope over, then the second one, and pull it. Pull it harder so that the lasso gets stronger. That's it, like this. Don't hurry. The children of Roman communicate with each other in the Nenets language. It differs from the language of their father in a similar way that German differs from Dutch. That's why misunderstandings happen all the time. For example, the lasso, an indispensable tool for any reindeer herdsman, is tinzian in Nenets and chedi in the Yenets language. Today it is impossible to find out the origin of these words. But no matter how they call it, every family has their own signature style of making a lasso. You have to weave it carefully so that the ropes are tightly bound together. Do you see? That's how my father taught me to do it. Here, touch it. When you grow up, you'll learn how to do it, and you will also learn to catch reindeer. Let's go, I'll show you how to throw a lasso. We have been raising our children in the tundra since they were 5 years old. We take them with us when we move from one place to another. I want to focus on my grandson now, to give him everything that I taught my children. But most importantly, to teach him the language. Tell him the old legends. Show him the sacred mountain where the Enets were hiding away from the flood. Now we are like a small river mixing with ocean waters. The tundra of Taharda region became homeland for the Silken family only in the beginning of the last century. Back then, some of the Enets, in an attempt to escape the famine and smallpox epidemics, moved to the north. Others traveled to the south where their ancestors met new neighbors. The first disturbing results of the forced migration of the Enets were registered in 1930 by Soviet ethnographers. The members of the scientific expedition to the Taimyr Peninsula. They counted as many as 482 tribe members. It was 4 times less than it had been registered in the records of the 18th century. Such a rapid extinction happened because the neighboring Nenets tribes in love, the most imperceptible form of assimilation. In other words, the reason was the increasing number of marriages between the Enets and the Nenets. First, the Enets started to forget their traditional winter outfit. For example, this overcoat called sakui. While the winter isn't over, this is to be put on when it's cold. Shall I put it on? The fur horn made from the reindeer tail no longer tops the hood of this overcoat. From ancient times, it used to be a distinctive embellishment of the Enets. It symbolized a man's virility and served as a protective charm in extremely cold weather. This is used when the temperature is around -70. At -60, you can sleep outside in it. Unfortunately, Roman doesn't have a traditional overcoat. All the Yenets' clothing was gradually replaced with the clothes of the ancestors of his Nenets wife. Thus, the tradition of the Enets people is coming to an end. The only possible way to feel the spirit of the past times is to look at the photos of the early 20th century. Back then, ancient patterns were used. Women made their clothing following the traditions of their mothers. Men made dog sleighs and built reindeer skin tents the way their fathers had made them. They lived according to the laws of the tundra, where Onei-Naga was the only real god. In the summer, the descendants of the Enets move around the tundra with their reindeer skin tents. But in the winter, they move into fixed structured shelters that are placed on the sleighs. First, they appeared in the 1930s. In one of such winter shelters lives Lydia, Roman's sister, together with her daughter, the daughter's sick husband, and little Nadia. The old woman is teaching her granddaughter some basic traditional skills.
Grandma, what are you doing? I'm making stroganina. You're not slicing it very well. Why? Because... I can't do it that way. Well, then watch me. When I grow up, I will do that. Like your grandmother does, right?
Stroganina is frozen reindeer meat. It's the oldest Enets traditional dish. It is easy to cook. The secret is to slice the meat the right way. According to a 1,000-year-old tradition, it is exclusively made by a woman who manages the entire household. A woman is respectfully called the mistress of the house, the guardian of the hearth. Like it has been done for centuries, the food reserves are kept outside on the sleighs. This is a natural and very reliable fridge.
Тут хранятся частично продукты у нас питание.
We store all food here. Tea, sugar, everything actually. In the summer, we have to buy a lot because we cannot get to the village in the winter. We have no transport, no helicopters, so we buy things in the summer in advance while there's still no snow. We need to buy a lot before the snow falls. Flour, sugar, tea, the essentials, and some butter maybe. We wrap butter in reindeer skin so that it doesn't melt. In the absence of the mistress, the tent turns into a tea house on sleighs. This is how the Enets prefer to spend their spare time nowadays, although this tea drinking tradition has recently appeared. In the 1930s, the Soviets introduced the program for the Far North development. It was aimed at civilizing this territory. The so-called Northern Supply Hall consisted in regular supplies of food to the remote areas of the country. Those areas included the lands of the Taimyr Enets, who were first in their history introduced to the benefits of civilization. In exchange for those goods, the reindeer herdsmen had to quit their nomadic lifestyle and forget the language in which they had prayed to Onei-Naga since ancient times, the god who once gave them the tundra and the reindeer. the nomads, didn't make use of the gifts of the mainland, but they did lose their language. Probably the only one who's continuing to speak the forgotten language of the ancestors is the elder Silken. My sons don't know it. I speak my language, and my sons don't understand me. I have no one to talk to. So I also start to forget it. A young chap came here from Moscow. He somehow learned to speak my language. He used a dictionary to learn it. He found it somewhere and just learned the language. The young chap from Moscow turned out to be a young language major from the Institute of Linguistics, Russian Academy of Sciences. Not only did he describe the dialects of the tundra and forest Enets, he also managed to decipher the phonetic code of the modern Enets language. In 2009, I joined an expedition to the Taharda region with the veterinary doctors who would come here to vaccinate the reindeer. And a very remarkable thing happened to me when one of the people told me, "I got used to talking to you in my own language. You do understand me. While when I start to speak it in front of my nephews, I know they don't understand what I'm saying." And I thought, well, there is a chance that in the end of my life, I'll be the only one left who is familiar with this dialect. Andrei Shluinsky is in some way a pioneer of the 21st century. The results of his research are not new land on the modern map of the world, but instead they help to fill in the blanks on the map of universal human culture. In this virtual world, he does what he calls a linguistic archaeology. The Enets language belongs to the Euro-linguistic family. It has a more developed case system, although it's not all that complex in the Enets language, as in Russian or German. It has a diverse system of the verb modes. They use the same verb to denote, to leave, and to become. For example, I became old, which literally means I was old when I left. I think it's beautiful. I really like it. In fact, a language survey can reveal much more about the history of the Enets than archaeological excavations. According to the results of the linguistic research, the modern Enets language developed in several stages. The traces of the oldest language were found in the eastern Sayan Mountains, where a single proto-language had existed up until the 1st century BC. At the same time, the indigenous population of the Sayan Mountains, pressurized by the tribes from the south, were forced to leave the area and move up the Yenisei River. That's how the history of the Samoyed languages started, when a single people with a single language spread along the banks of the great Siberian River. That's how the Selkups, the Nenets, the Naganasans, and the Enets emerged, people of the Yenisei River sharing the same family of languages which became their symbolic tree of life. There is a certain paradox to the fact that primarily popular languages are studied. Even among so-called exotic or rare languages, the priority is given to those which are spoken by bigger populations. The smallest ones are researched last. On the other hand, from the point of view of urgency, rare languages should be given priority. By contrast with the majority of popular languages, Enets was an oral language. There were no manuals or grammar books published, and most importantly, it was spoken less and less. We listen to the stories of various people and write them down with transcription signs. These signs denote the sounds of the language. So we can literally hear the words when we read such records. Scientists have designed the specialized software to make transcription automatically. Here, just have a look. The researcher is sure that the preservation of any nation depends on the ability of the people to preserve the language of their past. We have our own letters, Naga, for example. Have you heard it? A letter Naga. There's no such letter in Russian. It looks like H with a little curl at the end. It takes 3 Latin letters to write it, Naga. Russians don't have anything of the kind. To this old man, this is more than a letter. This is what created the entire universe. Naga in Enets means God. One Naga, a true God, stands for the power which gave birth to the tundra and to words. The God who gave these people the ability to speak. It has happened that this language has become the key and the only treasure of this small group of people who are gradually dissolving into the tundra. Roman likes to tell his grandson about his ancestors in the evenings. He calls his grandson Deli, which means a small white stone. We have a sacred place on the other side of the tundra. It is called Kaganaga, which means the Ridge of God. Long ago, God Naga created the first people on earth, but soon they forgot about him. And so, Naga decided to destroy all humankind by flooding the entire earth. They say that only one mountain survived the big flood. Somewhere over the horizon, that's the Naga Ridge, from where the Enets spread out to all the corners of the world. The past and the future easily and naturally interweave in the language of the forgotten ancestors. There's only one question. Is there a place for this language in the future? And what the world will lose if it sinks into oblivion with all its gods and legends. We are used to the extinction of certain biological species, like some insects, and we consider it a great loss. While those insects don't mean much to us, I won't argue with the fact that it is a loss, but what we have here is a similar process. When a small language becomes extinct, it is equally a great loss to the planet. In fact, a loss that is all the more tragic as it is a loss of a human species, of us, not insects. The Enets may soon become such an extinct species of people. And it's not because there are only 200 of them left, but because there are fewer and fewer true people among them, the One and Chu, those who persevere in speaking the language of their ancestors despite the winds of change in the tundra. They are not part of the past. They live in the present, here and now. It has been and will be this way, while the One and Chu hear the name of their creator, One Naga, whispered by the winds blowing over their land. The ethnic peoples of Russia include some groups who have not assimilated with their numerous neighbors. They often do not number more than several hundred people. Over thousands of years, their way of life has practically remained unchanged, and their ancient beliefs, traditions, and languages have been preserved. Because of their closed way of life, the details of their existence are practically unknown to the wider population. We are starting to write our own Red Book of the Peoples of Russia, whose culture may disappear tomorrow. The vast Chua steppe is found in the Altai mountains at an altitude of 2,000 meters above sea level. It is sheltered from the outside world by mountain ridges on every side. It is one of the driest and most deserted places on Earth. In winter, the temperature may go down to minus 50 degrees Celsius here, and in summer, up to plus 40 degrees Celsius in the shade, although the shade is hard to find. But the Telengits, the local nomadic people, are used to those austere conditions. Everything has essentially remained the same in the mountains for the last 1,000 years.
If you don't have livestock, you cannot provide for yourself or your family. Even then, it's totally up to Mother Earth and how you treat the spirits of the mountains. The Chua Valley can even bring a sickly camel back to life.
This pagan attitude to nature goes back to times when people lived and died on the land they were born on. And today, young Chua herdsmen inherit not only the earthly pastures of their ancestors, but also their celestial lands. The places of power peppered with burial mounds and rock carvings, the messages from the past. Based on those carvings, one could write the history of the way people lived before, how they herded yaks, hunted, traveled. We can see that every tribe had a leader, like a shaman. Can you see here? He has a big head, and the thing he holds looks like a tambourine. This is a sign of an enlightened person, someone who was knowledgeable. Life of the Telengit herdsman is abundant with invisible symbols and rituals which unlock the memories of the past generations, as if arising from the era of early man, the childhood of humankind when it still believed in miracles.
Each mountain, each rock, each blade of grass has its own spirit, called Izi in our language. You can't just pick a blade of grass or a stone and throw it. Each action has its consequences. It's especially true for a human being to which spirits gave the opportunity to live on this earth.
According to the census of 2010, there are only 3,712 Telengits. All that the local nomadic stock breeders possess are their family pastures. Every year in the beginning of summer, the head of the communities, the head of families, women and children gather together for the ceremonial prayer to mark the start of the summer migration. They still follow the moon calendar, according to which they move away from the familiar spot only after the first summer new moon at the start of June. All
that people need to do is stop asking nature for more. Otherwise, the balance between the world of people and the world of spirits will become distorted. Unfortunately, modern people stopped understanding the way that the world functions. They are all like flowers, which don't have time to sow seeds and nourish their roots. That's why their dreams become shallow too.
This is Maria Torlunova, one of the last keepers of traditions and wisdom of these people. The Telengits address her as Dian Adiezi, the elder sister. They prefer calling her not a shaman, but the guardian of the people. It is the elder sister who chooses the place and date for the rituals similar to this one. For the first time in many years, she has moved them to a much later date. It is due to the unusually dry spell in the valley and the ongoing snowfalls in the mountains. How are things in the mountains? Have you left some salt for the axe? Yes, I left some salt. They seem satisfied. They won't leave. Is the passage still blocked by the snow? Yes, the snow from there is up to here. Have you found the yak? No. I looked for it, but I couldn't find it. It must have been eaten by the wolves. We have to move. Otherwise, we'll lose half the stock. I am Sana. My brothers are Chechen and Renat. My father is Vladimir. My grandfather is Biche. We come from a family of Akiobyak. Before we had two communities, the Sergei, which means vigorous, and Melche, which means herdsman. In Soviet times, we were given Russian names, Sergeyev, Malchinov. Our ancestors tended their cattle here, in the valley of the Elengash River. We are moving from here to the source of the sacred river of life at the foot of our Dian Iektu mountain. To save the yaks who graze at the foot of the sacred mountain from the wolves, we need to move to our summer location in time. If it snows again, their herders will be cut off from the summer pastures for at least another week. Sana makes the decision to relocate. He is the head of the community, even though he is only 23 years old. People mature fast in the mountains.
Anything can happen here, of course. But my son will manage. We believe in him. Our uncle appointed him as the head of the family. And he trusted him with our pastures, those family lands, for a reason.
Sana has to save the stock, living up to his uncle's expectations. He also needs to appeal for blessing to the ancestors, long deceased, yet having left mysterious carvings behind. The family of the herders treat this place as the sacred place of the ancestors. We want to keep those drawings on our family mountain, Tambatash, for the future generations. During our stay here in winter, we watch them so that no strangers can come up here and spoil them or make strange inscriptions on them.
We don't even allow animals here, so the hieroglyphics can stay intact.
The age of the rock carvings is between a few dozen and a few thousand years old. Those carvings were made in Tanmundash by ancient people. See this camel rider? Look at how beautifully the neck is carved. This is a mountain goat. And again, a horseback rider. Next to him is a wild sheep. This is a hunting scene. By contrast to the Neolithic age classics, modern art is easy to understand. First of all, due to the unexpected story on the lifestyle of the nomadic people.
There are also hieroglyphics of this kind. A car, a nomad's truck, here. People used to travel on camels, but now we use different means of transportation.
This is really so. The drawings of a local Malevich reflect the present, not the past. The present, which does not last the way those mountains do. We normally stop here to honor our spirits to ensure that our journey is successful and so that the spirits will allow us to enter our cherished lands. This is one of the oldest Telangit customs. It goes back to the times of the shaman's sacred rites of offering sacrifices at mountain passes. The sacred Dialama ribbon, which connects the world of the living to the world of spirits of the Altai, has always remained one of its main features. Sana is at the mountain pass in his capacity as head of the community for the first time. He has to perform the worship ritual and at the same time not exhaust the patience of the spirits and his relatives. May the road be open to us. May the road be open to us. May our animals graze peacefully and peace be in our valley.
This is how each year we move from our winter place, the place of our uncle, Vladimir Sablokov, to the summer pastures. We call this sanctuary, made of stone, Ule. Here we give our offerings to Altai Kudai so that he supports us.
The Mongols, Burats, Khalkha, and other nomadic people of Asia called those sanctuaries Obu, which literally means heap or pile. They are located on the roads on the mountain passes. They believe the piles symbolize the way to spiritual cleansing. They call this the White Road. We will need to prepare the place. Have you got everything?
When we get there, we will make an urt and kill a lamb. In the meantime, let's go by horseback.
It is around 10 kilometers to the sacred mountain of Yektu. The biggest part of the journey is done.
The way it was before, Mother Earth nourished people, and the sky quenched their thirst. Today, many people think that you can buy it all in a shop. Get in a car and go. And you don't have to pray for it to build new sanctuaries and honor ancestral sites. But what if one doesn't live in the city, but dreams of something different? About good pastures, weather reports that would allow one to change location in a timely manner.
You can't buy good weather despite technological progress in meteorology. I guess that is why new sanctuaries keep appearing on the maps of the Chuva Steppe. One appeared recently in the mountain area of Ortalik.
Each family used to have their own sanctuary, not here though, but in the valley. But in the times of Lenin and Stalin, many of those were destroyed.
The Altai Stonehenge was built by the uncle of Sana, Vladimir Sablokov. It was built on the site of an ancient sanctuary which was destroyed in the 1930s. The new sanctuary was named Tagil. Similar to the ancient temples, this place is oriented to the cardinal directions and divides a symbolic circle into 4 equal parts, the focal point of which is the central altar, Achok.
We devote this ritual to our god, Altai Kudai. We give him the best part of the sacrificial lamb as an offering.
This modern ritual follows the ancient canons and starts with the burning of juniper branches.
We call this ritual Dizan, feeding the fire with flesh, a type of offering presented by fat and the meat of a lamb. After that, we sprinkle the rocks of the temple with shegyan. It is something like thick yogurt.
This tradition goes back to the beliefs preceding the shamanistic traditions. When the first Tibetan monks came to Altai, they introduced new white faith, Ak, Dian, or Burkanism. Burkanism followers come here from all over the country. This year, a Telengit from Kemerova came to attend the celebration. He is not fighting for the white faith. He's rather looking for its roots in the Chuvas steppe, where people have both feet firmly on the ground, surviving despite everything. We live in the middle world. Take any shaman tambourine, yes? There is an underground kingdom, Erlik, and there is a light kingdom with the stars, the world of Ugan, and there is a middle world, the world of El, the world of Ul, Uch Kurbistan. Telengits consider themselves to be Christian, but despite their religion, they continue to perform shamanistic rites and rituals of the distant ancestors. Although that is easy to explain, Christianity was introduced to them only 150 years ago. For thousands of years, the legends and beliefs of all world religions have been intertwined and merged in the Chuvas steppe. It might be for that reason that Altai, the 21st century, turned into a unique place of power where the East meets the West and new Siberia meets ancient Asia. Since time immemorial, the Scythians, the Huns, the Sarmatians, and the ancient Turkomen were buried here. Every community erected burial mounds to honor their ancestors, erected stone stelae, and sacrificial temples. Altai has become a necropolis for them, a mausoleum of the nomadic culture exposed. Some of the exhibits were, however, moved from the sacred plateau to the village museum in Kakoria. It was established only half a century ago by the efforts of the local school teacher Krai Bedinov, who continues to expand this collection diligently. Let's say many of those artifacts were found by us, the members of the club. For instance, this, the sculpture of the ancient Turkic warrior. You know, we discovered it right here, close to the village when they were building a shop there. They threw it out. We found it and placed it here. The ancient, a sculpture of an ancient Turkic warrior. It dates back to the 6th century before Christ. That's it. Another example, we found artifacts such as petroglyphs. I found this one myself in the mountains and brought it to the museum. Today, the local historian is going to visit the sacred places again. This time, Krai, for the first time, takes his grandchild to the Usted Plateau. The locals said that next to one of the stelae, they saw a slab with a rock carving on it, which can easily be taken by one of the tourists. It's better to keep those where they belong. Come here, son, and I'll stay on the other side. This is an ancient Turkic monument, a memory left by our direct ancestors. A letter written in Orkan Turkic. The language of the ancient nomads is carved here. But how did our ancestors pray? How did they worship those rocks, and why, Grandpa? If you look at this part of the rock, you will see strange figures here. These are the drawings of shamans, the people who held the knowledge in the past. This is their leader. Can you see? The one holding a tambourine. Those monuments are sacred to us. They hold special power. I am helping to preserve those for you, and you should preserve them for your children. The grandson of Krai is still too young to grasp the meaning of those words. For him, it is an adventure, an amusing excursion, while for the grandfather, it is a search for his origins, a search for the fragments of the material culture comes second. In order to understand it, though, to keep it in your heart, you don't have to go on a pilgrimage the way Krai does. It can put you in touch with the past, but it will not teach you how to feel in the present, to be a Telengit here and now. The success of a 23-year-old head of the family of Akukibiok, who was trusted with guiding the whole community, testifies that one can feel secure not only about the present, but also about the future of this nomadic people. You have to tie the ropes between them together. The strength of the home depends on this.
Can you see up there? It's a symbol of our family. We inherited it from our mother. She said that it shows the circles of never-ending change in location, of eternity. Yes, it looks like an 8. This drawing protected our ancestors in their travel, and it will protect us while we're following their path. While we're not stopping and settling down, and since we haven't traded our yurts for houses.
As soon as a nomad starts decorating his home with superfluous things, furniture, devices, it spells the end for him. According to the Telengit's belief, a good herdsman is not someone whose yurt is bigger, but someone with bigger pastures. If Sana does not keep his eye on them, he will lose his stock in the mountains. Without stock, there is no yurt either, and whether it is a Khan or a rich herdsman, it is not important. Shall we start? Yes, go ahead. Don't laugh yet. You still need to slaughter the lamb. A shepherd is one of the oldest occupations on earth. They have been around since the times of the Old Testament. The herders of the Chuya steppe are not biblical characters and far from being shepherds of human souls. But they've inherited something which is no less valuable, the memory of their ancestors. Don't be angry with us. All of us will follow your way. For now, please give us good, soft meat, feed our people, and nourish the soul with your blood and the spirits of our new settlement. It sounds like a prayer, an appeal to the spirits and a request to bless this sacrifice. There is no way to avoid this ancient ritual. Here is the petroglyph the herdsman told me about. Look how well it has endured. The eagle's at the bottom and the horse without a rider is on the upper part. It represents the ancient idea of the sky and the earth, a symbol of celestial flight and living on earth. Hold it. Enjoy the art of the ancient people. If you look under your feet, you can discover a lot here. Can you see those hearths? Our ancestors performed sacred rituals here. There were hundreds of hearths here before. Have a look, one next to another. Hundreds of tribes came to this valley and prayed to these spirits. And we need to pray to save those monuments. This is the altar of our ancestors. By contrast with Krai, Sana and his brothers have lived next to those ancient tombs side by side since childhood. They treat those places as paths that should not be walked on by the living. The dead have their fate, the living have a different one. To tend the cattle and not to anger the spirits of the sacred mount of Iektu, where the shepherds have finally arrived. A black bull is here, which means that the rest of the flock is here too. Nobody has gotten lost. Yes, the white-faced yak is also here. And look, there are a lot of calves now. I can see one. The white-headed one gave birth. The one with the black eyes. The one further away there. Have a look over there. There, further away. Yes, over there. I see. She calved today. It's a good sign. Our sacred mountain, Yektu, the head of the Savior, Texenbash, must have heard us, since we are enjoying such grace. Yes, I agree with you. I hope the pass clears for us too. That'd be superb if the pass clears for us, but we can't have everything at once. For many years, the family stock of Sablak of Sergeyev have found shelter at the foot of Yektu. The yaks are grazing here until the pass is free of snow and it is possible to travel to new pastures. There's enough fodder until autumn. However, so far, Sana is powerless to change anything. The herdsmen of the Chua Valley can only hope that the wolves will not arrive here before they can relocate, and that the spirits will hear the prayers of the people. Those three stories appear to be completely different, but they are connected by something grand, the Chua Steppe, its past, present, and future. The culture of the Telengits, as of all people, is not measured by the achievements of the past generations, legendary heroes, victories, or splendid antiquities, but by the way the new generation preserves their culture in the now. Seeing a world in a grain of sand, and eternity in an hour. This is what constitutes the soul of a family, a nation, and the entire humankind. The ethnic peoples of Russia include some groups who have not assimilated with their numerous neighbors. They often do not number more than several hundred people. Over thousands of years, their way of life has practically remained unchanged, and their ancient beliefs, traditions, and languages have been preserved. Because of their closed way of life, the details of their existence are practically unknown to the wider population. We are starting to write our own Red Book of the Peoples of Russia, whose culture may disappear tomorrow. Once upon a time, a man came down from the skies on a reindeer. He traveled, following the sun for a very long time. When the reindeer grew old, he told the man, "I am weak. Please kill me, then drink my blood. It will bind you and me, and it will give you strength. After that, give my body and bones to Mother Earth. Next spring, my shadow soul will come back with the sunlight, and it will give birth to new reindeer and to the reindeer people." This legend about the reincarnation of a soul reflects the ancient ritual which can still be found in the mountains of Kamchatka among the descendants of those mythical reindeer people. This is how the Yevens call themselves. Their ancestors, the Tungus, reached the Sredini range. There they doomed their people to 200 years of solitude. It could be the name of their nomadic story made of beads and leather, where every pattern is a new chapter, a part of an eternal voyage of the tundra nomads.
The history of our people is not just in the legends, but also in the budi lukche, the ornament of nomadic paths which still decorate the traditional apron, nain. Mother taught us how to read those patterns. Here you can see how often our people change their location. Here we see the image of the reindeer lake symbolizing the descent into a valley or ascent into the mountains, or even crossing a river. You can learn the whole history of our people by these ornaments.
The only thing the ornaments do not depict is the ritual of blood sacrament. The ancient Yevens practiced it on the first day of spring when they sacrificed a male reindeer to the sky. Once a year, on the day of the reindeer herdsman, the Yevens pay a tribute to the old rituals. The first records on the ancestors of the Yevens from the Sredini range were found in the diaries of the explorer Karl Dittmer, who made an ethnographic map of Kamchatka in 1855. According to his records, the Lamut, as the Yevens were called at the time, arrived from the western coast of the Okhotsk Sea and settled in deserted mountains along the banks of the Bystraya River. This is how this branch of the Yevens got their name, the Bystraya Yevon Hermits. Regardless of the way the neighbors prefer to name the Aboriginals, the Yevons refer to themselves as the reindeer people. During 200 years of solitude away from the kindred tribes, they managed to preserve their unique reindeer breeding culture, following the laws of Mother Earth, Yenin Buga. My father used to take care of this herd while I studied. Then I served in the army, and only then I became a herdsman. We have 4 herds. We have to work to provide for our families. Kiryak Adukanov is the head of one of the local communities. He speaks briefly and prefers to stick to the point, as all the Yevon nomads do. They have a proverb, don't say much out loud or you'll get a callus on your tongue. That's most probably why the Yevon only speak when there's a reason. Tie the rope around your hand. Be careful with the head. It is tangled. That's it. Make the harness shorter for now. The stick for steering should be placed here. You have to remove it during the ride, otherwise you'll roll over. Pull the rope here. Okay, I'll pull it tighter now. Ilya is the direct descendant of the elder, the one who has to follow the footsteps of the ancestors. According to the beliefs of the Yevons, these footsteps are all that is left on Earth after death. A shadow of misfortune can also come from the other world following the same footsteps, though, the way it happened with Ilya. It's hard for him to work at full speed. When he was 1 year old, he had a heart surgery. That's why he has some problems now. This is what Ini is about, the path of a man predetermined by the god Nivkh. It's only the guardian reindeer, given to each of the descendants of the reindeer people by the god of the sun, who can save one from the evil fate. The Yevons call him Hevek, which means the shadow of the god of the sun. This spirit lives in the reindeer and in amulets which are passed from generation to generation and are kept in the nomadic camps by the mistresses of the yurts. In the Adukana family, this is Lubov, the wife of Kiryak, and his sister Maya, who promised to give the amulets to Ilya before the reindeer drawn sleigh competition.
Let my nephew Ilya sit with us. I will now show you something. This is what my mother and your grandmother bequeathed to me and that I will pass on to you when you are ready to participate in the competitions and the ritual of offering a sacrifice to Nivkh. Take it. These are the ear tips of a fawn. They are sacred to our family. They symbolize the prompt return of the reindeer souls to us.
Maya is a shaman by birth. She is not only a guardian of the sacred amulets, she also keeps the knowledge and memories of the ancestors.
We also had sacred reindeer in our family. We also worshipped bears, nature, and reindeer, especially as they gave us clothing, shoes, and food.
The cult of a sacred reindeer is one of the main cults in the Adukana family. It's time to feed the meat of an old reindeer to the fire. Lubov, the wife of Kiriak, cuts the carcass with a special knife and hangs the meat over the oven to summon the spirits of the place so that they don't interfere with the ceremony of offering a sacrifice to Mother Earth, Yenin Buga. To receive the blessing of Nivkh, Maya sings an ancient chant. It brings luck and good weather during the upcoming ritual so that the spirit of the sun would re-emerge on Earth and everything would start over again. The first rays of Nivkh light the valley the next day around 9 a.m. Here, up in the mountains, sunrise always comes later and sunset a little earlier than in the lowlands. The smoke from the fire flows over the yurt. For the Yevans, fire is the main source of heat, a sacred gift from the sun. It lives in the trees from which the god Nivkh taught people how to heat food using fire. This wood is used to keep the house warm and to make campfires. Usually, women make the fire outside to cook reindeer meat without filling the shelter with smoke. It is easier and faster to cook this way.
How long have you been cooking the meat for? It must be ready by now. I brought it from the yurt this morning, washed it because it had started to dry out in the house where I'd placed it yesterday. I see. You cut it into small pieces so that it cooks faster. Yes. I put them in one by one, first the hardest pieces so that they can become soft. The fattier it is, the better. That's right. You know how our men are. They want it fast and delicious.
Lubov has been married to the elder for over 30 years. She's become the top local chef during those years, and she knows the specialties of local cuisine better than anyone.
Outside, when I arrived here, women always cooked this way. The meat cooks fast, and when a man comes, he can have a hot meal straight away. So I hung it there, and then I added rice, salt, and some parsley, in the Evan traditional way. My husband prefers this to the way the Russians cook it. He doesn't like spices. His stomach cannot digest Russian food, and this is a very traditional Evan way of cooking.
Meanwhile, the elder and his sons are ready to go to the herd. It is important to go up the mountain. That's where the reindeer are, before the sun reaches its highest point. That's when the offering has to be made. A reindeer will be killed and his shadow soul will be sent to the god Nivkh. Then there is a chance that the twin animal guarding Ilya will be able to ask the spirit of the sky to cure him. However, the reindeer in the pasture seemed to have sensed the approaching death. They panicked, and the herd dispersed. It took a while to calm them down. The elder is starting to become anxious. It is up to Kiriak to choose the sacred victim in the herd. No arms are used, only the Yevon lasso, maut, and a special technique for managing a herd where every whistle has a special meaning. There are different types of whistles: racing, soothing, hypnotizing, to turn the herd around. There's also a type of whistle used to calm them down. The actions of the reindeer herdsmen are similar to a shaman's ritual. A magic whistle indeed makes the reindeer calm down and move in a circle clockwise. That symbolizes the celestial motion of the sun as per the Yevon tradition. So that the soul of the sacrificial reindeer, the Hevik, the shadow of the god Hevki, is sent to the sun. Here's the first attempt, but the animal breaks away from the lasso. Another attempt follows, but the snow is still too deep to chase the animal. The reindeer win a short reprieve. You can hear the sound of the antlers beating against each other as if it's the pulse of the entire herd. Everything is resolved in a few minutes when the lasso eventually reaches the Hevik reindeer, who is destined to become the ambassador of the Adukana family. The second lasso follows the first to lessen the animal's fight and to facilitate the ritual of offering a sacrifice. The elder grasps the leg of the animal and utters something. According to their tradition, the Yevons ask the spirit of the reindeer to forgive them before they stick a knife into the animal. The climax is reached in a few minutes when the reindeer herdsmen skin the animal. Now, according to the old tradition, everyone has to drink the communion blood of the sacrificed Hevik. That was the covenant of the sacred reindeer Enenbuga. He told the first man, "If you do everything right, then next spring my shadow soul will come back to earth in the rays of the sun and will give birth to new reindeer and the new reindeer people." Here in the Kamchatka Mountains, where the Yevons prefer the solitude of a nomadic lifestyle to civilization, following the traditions is necessary for the survival of the people, as old traditions and songs are two delicate threads connecting the reindeer people with their ancestors.
The history of our people is not just in the legends, but also in the Budi Lukche, the ornament of nomadic paths, which still decorate the traditional apron, Nain. Mother taught us how to read those patterns. Here you can see how often our people change their location. Here we see the image of the reindeer leg symbolizing the descent into a valley or ascent into the mountains, or even crossing a river. You can learn the whole history of our people by these ornaments.
However, safeguarding the continuity of tradition is as important for the ornament as it is for the ritual of offering a sacrifice. Otherwise, the initial meaning will be distorted.
Sometimes you will see that people have changed the ornaments to make them look more beautiful. For example, they turn them around. But on a proper Budi Lukche, they have to be in this type of direction.
At this point, Maya switches to the Yevon language out of habit. She and her sister-in-law are concerned whether their children and grandchildren are going to follow the tradition, if they are going to retain their culture, if they are not going to yield to the temptations of the modern world.
You probably remember what happened in Soviet times. I remember my mother told me, the Russians came to us in order to destroy our traditions. The beadworks we made, kunduku, they destroyed a lot of them. That was a mistake they made. Young people today are different. We knew much more because we always listened to our parents. I was born under those conditions, as well as Kiriak, and we all grew up in the tundra under conditions like these.
The elderly still remember those golden years before they were moved to the villages during Soviet times. Valentina Dolganskaya is also among those people, an aunt cousin of Kiriak and Maya. She's lived in the tundra for most of her life. But when the old age manifested itself, she settled down in the small village of Hainda for health reasons. At the time, the state was actively implementing a policy of civilizing the reindeer herdsmen. Valentina and her late husband were provided an apartment of 30 square meters. This was a mansion compared to living in a yurt. However, the old lady nostalgically remembers her nomadic life now that she has settled down.
In this photo, we are dressed for a special occasion. We wore these outfits in the tundra too. They are made of fur. In this photo, we are fishing. Here we put up small yurts. We cooked there, made fire. When the mosquitoes arrived, we hid in the tents. That's how we went fishing. That's how I went fishing. There were tents like this. Now there's nothing.
Valentina Dolganskaya has lost much during her lifetime. Like all nomadic people, she never got attached to things. She only kept that which was truly priceless. For instance, the mascot of her husband, who was a reindeer herdsman who did not have any male descendants.
This was my husband's tobacco box. The case is made from a real sheep's horn. The top is wooden. You open it and scoop out the tobacco. The fire was fed this way to call for good weather. The tobacco box was covered in reindeer skin and embroidered with beads. Then a rope was wrapped around it and it was ready to be taken to the tundra.
The tobacco box and the photographs are real relics, unique fragments of the past. Valentina makes national Yevon clothes for the entire neighborhood to retain their traditions.
I used to sew a lot by hand for special occasions. I made bead ornaments the way my mother taught me, and she was taught by her mother. No one knows how old this ornament is, nor the age of the kuklianka, the upper garment made of fur. But it holds a special meaning. It is a garment that is almost ready for my burial. I just need to cut off the bells and to loosen the nanali nuts. Then the soul after death will be much lighter when it goes to the upper world. But while the seams of my clothes and my shoes are stitched on the inside, I'm protected from the evil spirits.
So routinely, the old Yevon lady removed the border between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The ornament, which symbolized life for the young Valentina, turned into a funeral ornament for when she became old. But she is not at all afraid of draining the cup of life. The Yevons believe that after death, one soul goes to the upper world of Bunin to meet the ancestors by the Great Fire. Long forgotten songs come back to life there, and souls compete in races, riding celestial reindeers. To maintain the connection of the elderly to the lifestyle they are used to, they introduced the annual Day of the Reindeer Herdsman in the 1930s. It provided an opportunity for older nomads to meet with their relatives. But more importantly, in the guise of a professional holiday, they managed to safeguard the ancient ritual of celebrating the day of the reemergence of the sun. On that day, the offering of the Nivkh reindeer was held and reindeer-drawn sleigh races took place. Pagan competitions of the old and new life are the reason for Ilya's visit. It's very important that the reindeer behave well. Naturally, I feel anxious. For the son of the elder, this race is predominantly a competition with himself, an opportunity to show his worth and to feel his pulse racing in time with the heartbeat of the reindeer. All that's left is to wait for the race to start. But all of a sudden, something completely irrational happens. The reindeer race off without any command. The race, for some, has already tragically finished without even having started. Once wild animals, reindeer did not allow people to completely tame them. It is much more difficult to manage them than a horse or a dog. They saw a lot of people and equipment. That's why they became anxious. On the second lap, it seems that Ilya suffered the same fate. His reindeer rebelled. It seems that there is no happy ending to this story. If taking into consideration that it wasn't only the spectators that scared the reindeer, but also the manner in which the races are held that is foreign to the descendants of the reindeer people. Ever since I can remember, or as far back as I can remember, I was already riding on a reindeer. This memory of an elder Yevon reindeer herdsman, as well as those 100-year-old photographs, prove one thing. The traditional lifestyle of the Yevons has changed a lot over the course of the past 200 years. Don't scare the reindeer away with the equipment. You'd better go up that mountain, and from there go on foot. While the hermits of the Sredini range are balancing on the edge between nature and civilization, while they are consciously restricting themselves from using modern facilities, there remains an overwhelming desire to follow the nomadic paths of their ancestors and their solitude. This is their pledge to themselves and their way of living according to the law of Mother Nature, Yenin Buga. The ethnic peoples of Russia include some groups who have not assimilated with their numerous neighbors. They often do not number more than several hundred people. Over thousands of years, their way of life has practically remained unchanged, and their ancient beliefs, traditions, and languages have been preserved. Because of their closed way of life, the details of their existence are practically unknown to the wider population. We are starting to write our own Red Book of the Peoples of Russia, whose culture may disappear tomorrow. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. That's the way one of the Gospels of the New Testament which revealed the Word of God to the world starts. By the 10th century, it reached the far north of Russia, where the Vas tribe, the ancestors of the modern Veps, lived, making them the first Finno-Ugric group of people that converted to Christianity. It is believed that the first Orthodox churches were built in the Vepsian land in place of the pagan temples or near sacred groves. The role of the Tree of Life was transferred to the life-giving cross. Christianity gently and organically drove out the pagan religion. A belief in one God was uniquely interpreted by the Veps in their own language. Monks visited nearby villages to proclaim the gospel. Of course, they spoke in the Veps language, Vepsian. There was no other language as widely spoken in the area as the Vepsian language at the time. During Soviet times, the language was banned and many churches were destroyed. Shortly, they forgot not only the word of God, but also the words of their ancestors. The revival of the forgotten culture started only a few years ago, when Vepsian manifested itself again on the ruins of the Jonah Yashizersky Monastery, the main Orthodox monastery of the Vepsian region. Many biblical texts had to be revisited because it turned out to be very challenging to translate a word into the language of the heart.
Good day, dear radio listeners. In studio today is journalist Larissa Smolina. I am assisted by the sound director, Larissa Hatcheva. You are listening to the radio Native Coast.
Larissa Smolina is the author of the only program which is broadcast on the radio in Karelia in Vepsian, a language which in 2009 was listed by UNESCO among the languages on the brink of extinction. Who understands our language these days? You and I, and some granny. Today our language is very different from the way it used to be. This record was made during the expedition around the Vepsian area, within the framework of a long-term program for the conservation and development of the dying Vepsian language. Conversational among young people and literary and written among the elderly. There
are differences between the literary and spoken languages of Vepsian, but that doesn't prevent us from understanding each other.
The target audience of this radio program does not exceed 3,613 people. That's the total number of people who can speak and understand Larissa Smolina. Unfortunately, most Veps who live in Petrozavodsk, the capital of the Republic of Karelia, will most likely not tune in to the Radnoy Berig program. For a simple reason, they broke away from their roots a long time ago. In the past, the lands of the Veps spread from the Ladoga and the White Lake to the Onega Lake. This territory was called Mejozeria. Over time, the Veps divided into the southern group, with the main settlements of Radagosh and Voilata, and the northern group, which is referred to as the Prionezhsk Veps today. They had settled on the banks of the Onega Lake long before Petrozavodsk was founded. The villages of Gimreka, Kaskes Ruchey, Ribrika, Sheltozera, and Shaksha were founded in the 14th century. In 1994, they formed a new sub-area of Russia, Veps, Volist. Only the village of Gimreka did not join the newly formed community. It was included in the Leningrad region. Gimreka village is one of the most picturesque Vepsian settlements in Prionezhia. This is primarily due to the cemetery that is located on top of the hill with the Church of the Nativity of the Blessed Virgin. Today, this is the only monument of wooden architecture which has survived. The cemetery was built in the 17th century, and it was the center of the Gimoretsk Vepsian community. There was a parish and a cemetery. For the past few years, Yuri Sevastianov and Anatoly Lisitsyn have been meeting here once a year on the eve of the Transfiguration, although the reason for their meeting is not joyful. Good day. Yuri, I can't believe you made it. How are you? I'm well. So am I. I came here to visit the grave. Yes, it's been 2 years since our friend died. But he's buried in a beautiful place, right next to the church. In the past, only the priests had a chance to be buried in a place like that. It's a big holiday tomorrow. I want to go to the Jonah Yashazersky Monastery. I don't think I'll make it. I'll go tomorrow. That's the way the elderly converse about life and death by the graves of their ancestors. They used to meet at christenings and name days, but now the reason to meet is to commemorate those who passed away. To chat, to stay silent, to eat kalitka, traditional ritual pastry, and to remember those who are not there anymore. In the last few years, many villages were abandoned. The village is decaying. Primarily, it happens because the people are leaving. Even the elderly live here only in summer and escape the towns in winter.
Life has changed. The village has changed. It eliminated the opportunities for people to survive there. We get lost in a big city. We are a small group, and to speak our native language, we have to get together in the pagan club.
The Pagan Club is in Petrozavodsk in the National Cultural Center. It is a Vepsian club where the young and the elderly get together to speak their language. Larisa Smolina meets her teacher of Vepsian here, Nina Zaitseva. This time, they meet to talk about a business trip to the Veps Volist.
And now I'm going to Gornoye Sheldozera и Ribreka to meet with the locals, the older generation, and to teach them how to read. I want to take the Bible with me because this book was only recently released. What do you think? What should I emphasize and point out to them? I think first of all, you should convince them that it's necessary to read. We are used to listening to the word, but it's good to get in the habit of reading. Let them read with their heart, not only with their eyes and mind, but with their heart, because it's their native language. This is very important.
Nina Zaitseva translates biblical texts into Vepsian. Essentially, she is a person who today reintroduces the Bible to the Veps.
They shouldn't be concerned if they see an unfamiliar word. Here from the 393rd page, the Dictionary of the Vepsian starts, which includes all the unfamiliar terms. I think they might not be familiar with the words like Pharisee or Ijant. Everyone knows that Ijant means a head of the house. So who could be a Ijant in this context? Can you guess? Medzant Ijant, Gedan Ijant, Koti Ijant. Yes, it always means the same, a head, a leader of something. Ijant in the house, in life, someone who gave us life according to the Bible, that is God. We have two words to denote God. Ijant, Isun, and Yumal. That makes 3 words, actually. So it'd be more correct to translate Ijant as the Lord. Pay attention to this word so that they can learn it. And
Larissa has a daunting task ahead. She has to find out how the elderly perceive the biblical text. What difficulties do they face when reading it? The elder generations of the Veps are truly religious, but unlike their ancestors, they can't read the Word of God in their native language. Anatoly Lisitsyn honors all the church holidays. The forthcoming Day of Transfiguration is one of the biggest and favorite holidays. It is also called Savior of the Apple Feast Day because it coincides with the start of the apple harvesting season. This year is no exception. Larissa came to see an old friend that she used to meet in the Pagan club on the eve of the big holiday. Now they are meeting on the authentic Veps land where the past comes alive. Come on in, sit down at the table.
Can I sit here?
So what brings you here?
I brought you a New Testament. It was recently published. We already conducted a few cultural arousal operations in different villages where Veps live. We went to Rebirka, Drugaya Reka, Shoshka. Were you there?
I don't have that book.
You don't? Then I'll give it to you.
Great.
Happy holiday to you.
What did you say? I can't hear well.
Happy Transfiguration Day.
I know. Thank you.
Are you going there tomorrow?
Yes, I am.
Can you write in Vepsian?
I can a little.
Can you read it?
Yes, I read a bit. That's how unobtrusively Larissa guides the respondent to the main purpose of her visit.
I suggest that we read texts from this book. Can we find something suitable and try a short piece now? When we first started translating the Bible, we first had to address the specific terminology to see which terms are present in Vepsian. If there were words for to pray, church, holy man, and so on. And the key term is naturally the Lord. We had to coin a term in Vepsian which would be recognizable and associated with this concept in people's mind, that it had the meaning that everyone could understand and distinguish from the rest. The head of the house is Ijant. So, Tivhan Ijant is someone who's directing us from up above. It is the master who we address and we pray to.
In Soviet times, the Bible was banned, and the Vepsian language as well. Gradually, people forgot the words of prayers. Churches fell into decay. Only a few people, essentially hermits, managed to retain some knowledge of the language. Yuri is one of the last residents of the shelters of the village. His home is more than a plot of land with a building on it. I think this house is about 200 years old, maybe more. My grandfather and my great-grandfather lived here. As far back as I can remember, this land has always belonged to us. We kept cattle, made hay. A few families lived here. They built big houses then, for future use. The Vepsian home is a different world which retains the attributes of the pre-Christian outlook. There are spirit masters of the house, talismans protecting the house. It is built according to certain rules. A stove bench, seni. Everything is permeated with history here. The physical objects come alive here, connecting the past with the present. This tool is about 100 years old. I also inherited it from my ancestors. Its name can be translated as a bending tool because you always have to bend, stoop when you are using it. It's used in places where a regular tool can't reach because of its shape. Yuri is 82 years old, and that's hard to believe. He's using this tool with such ease. This is where Larissa comes after she has paid a visit to Rebirka. She pursues the same goal here, teaching someone to read their native language from the heart to understand the new meaning of old words.
Yuri, let's try and read together, shall we? Did you study English or German at school?
Yes, English.
Then you are familiar with the letters.
A little bit. After a short conversation, Larissa asks her student to read a little paragraph to see if Yuri understands the biblical text.
Let's start reading here.
When the Pharisees were together, Jesus asked them,
Militat, Messian,
"What do you think of the Messiah?"
do you understand all the words?
The New Testament was purposefully chosen for those lessons. Unlike a regular book, hundreds of years of history and culture of the Vepsian people are connected to this text. Its content is known almost by heart. That's why the Word of God in Vepsian can be read intuitively, following one's heart. The harmony of the biblical readings while having tea is supplemented by the icons in the corners of the house. Inspired by this atmosphere, Larissa couldn't help going beyond the scope of the biblical text. And soon, she starts an ethnographic tour around the house. Yuri is happy to tell her about the history of his ancestors, better than any tour guide. It will suffice to mention the Vepsian stove and its flap with an emblem of the Alexandrovsky factory engraved on it, the most famous foundry which operated in Petrozavodsk in the days of Peter the Great. Here I have some vintage barrels. They are bound with wood hoops instead of metal ones. There are only a few houses of that kind left. The most famous one is the Melkin's house in Sheltozora. It is not a residential property anymore. It hosts the Museum of Rurik Lonin. Rurik Lonin was one of the first people to tell the world about the disappearing Veps culture. He was also the first translator of the biblical text in Soviet times.
He was translating those texts as a believer. There's a story about Jesus walking on the water of the Sea of Galilee, which he translated as Jesus Christ walking on the water of Onega Lake. I told him, Rurik, but this is not correct. And he answered, how do you know? He could have been anywhere.
This childishly naive interpretation of the Word of God sprung from the fact that sacred biblical texts have been passed by the Veps by word of mouth for centuries. They felt the words, they could speak them, but they couldn't write them down. When the Soviets came, they gave the Veps the ability to write, but ironically, they took away their faith. The revival of the language miraculously coincided with the revival of the Orthodox religion in the Vepsian culture. It manifested itself in the emerging translations of the Bible, including the translation of the New Testament, which Larissa Smolina is trying to decipher these days. The ideal solution is to talk face-to-face with the local priest. The opportunity arrives the next day after the tea table reading. Larissa is meeting with the priest Dasafe at the ruins of an old monastery.
Have you ever held a service in Vepsian?
We hold services here. Part of the services is done in Vepsian in the courtyard of the monastery in Sheltozora.
Is it a recent tradition, or has it always been this way?
This tradition is 14 years old. When I was sent over here by the eparch, His Grace told me that it would be desirable to consider the ethnic peculiarities of this area and to honor the local people and their culture. That's why, upon receiving the blessing from the eparch, we proceeded with the translation of some parts of the service into Vepsian so that it felt more natural and familiar to those who attended the services here. It is believed that the monastery was founded by the first Vepsian person who was canonized, Jonah. It is not easy to revive the main shrine of these people. The Day of Transfiguration, Patron Saint's Day. It is celebrated in the namesake church. It provides a rare opportunity not only to hear the Prianezhsk native language, but also to see old friends. Anatoly Lisitsyn arrives a couple of hours after the start of the service. He brings a basket of apples from his garden. People believe that if you consecrate them on this day, you'll eat this blessed fruit in the other world. One has to wait until the end of the unique service to inquire how these people feel about it. This service brings together a few people of the very small Vepsian community. Anatoly has endured the entire ceremony to the very end, standing next to his new teacher of the Vepsian language.
Good day, dear listeners. Larissa Smolina is in the studio. I'm assisted by the sound director, Larissa Hacheva. You are listening to Native Coast. Today, we are going to speak about the Jonah Yashizhersky Monastery. It is the second most important monastery at the Valam Monastery. It is listed as a monument of history and architecture of Karelia. Now the monastery is in a state of disrepair. Nonetheless, it can be restored. This hope lives in the heart of every person. Did you enjoy today's service? Did you think there were many parishioners present today?
Yes, there were many people. I even counted them. There were 50 people. And I think it's a lot, because the monastery is not close to the village. It's hard to get here. 40 years ago, when I came here for the first time, there were only 5 of us. And now I see that there is, how do we call it?
Ustka, hope.
Yes, hope. And looking at the monastery, I hope that soon there'll be regular services here, and more people will come to attend it. I'm positive they will. Despite the fact that the village resists progress, the way the city rejects the traditions of their ancestors, the descendants of the first Orthodox preachers among the Finno-Ugric tribes are still looking for their own identity and their word. A small group of people, only 3,500 Vepsian people, are trying to overcome the challenges of translation and to restore and preserve the language of their ancestors by the shores of Lake Onega, where biblical and pagan stories merged together a long time ago, and where, according to the legends told by the elderly, Jesus Christ walked on the lake's water and made the hunters and fishermen of this area believe in the Word of God. The ethnic peoples of Russia include some groups who have not assimilated with their numerous neighbors. They often do not number more than several hundred people. Over thousands of years, their way of life has practically remained unchanged, and their ancient beliefs, traditions, and languages have been preserved. Because of their closed way of life, the details of their existence are practically unknown to the wider population. We are starting to write our own Red Book of the Peoples of Russia, whose culture may disappear tomorrow. A young man and a young woman fell in love with each other. She came from a family of means, while his family was poor. They decided to get married, but their families were against the union. The families conspired with a witch to separate the loving couple forever. The evil witch threw the young woman into the sun and the young man into the shade so that they would never meet again. And she filled Lake Sedozora between them, the very lake where the spirits of the Sami people now live. The history of the Sami goes back to the remote past. Their ancestors were known to ancient Greek and Roman authors. The mention of them can be found in the historical works of Pythias in 325 BC. The Middle Age Vikings called these people Lops, giving rise to a word, Laplandia, the land of Lops. It encompassed all the lands where the Sami lived. 4,000 years ago, the glacier retreated and the Karelian Isthmus appeared, over which Samadian tribes traveled to Scandinavia and the Kola Peninsula from the Urals, and the European tribes came from the other side. As a result of this merger, Proto-Sami appeared. The old Sami people lived on a big territory, bordering the Ladoga Lake on the south. Over time, their habitat reduced, and now it covers the area from northern Norway and Sweden over the northern regions of Finland to the Kola Peninsula. In our country, the Sami live in the Murmansk region. The village of Lavozora is considered to be the center of their cultural life. According to the census of 2010, there are 1,771 Sami in Russia. This Sami family has no interest whatsoever in our research or historic subtleties. They have a lot of household chores to attend to.
Boris, the tea is ready. Come here.
It looks like it might rain today.
That's true.
The weather has changed for the worse. Uliana and Boris Yulin live 30 kilometers outside of the Lavozora village, right in the middle of the tundra. A few years ago, after retiring, they built a house here, erected a kuvaksa, a reindeer hide tent in Sami, started to breed reindeer, and to follow the traditions of their people.
Boris's parents and my parents worked on the tundra, as well as our grandfathers and grandmothers.
Great-grandparents.
That's right, from generation to generation. I guess we are...
The last of the Mohicans. We spent all our life in the tundra, with the reindeer. When I go to Murmansk, I get a headache in half an hour. I can't stay there for too long.
We essentially grew up on the tundra, spent our childhood here. Later on, when working and taking vacations, I never went to the sea, for example. I only saw it on TV, to be honest, but I never felt a need to go to the sea. I always spent my holidays at my mother's place on the tundra.
Nowadays, the Sami rarely choose this way of living. The events of the first half of the 20th century, forced collectivization, and the rapid industrial development of the Kola Peninsula were a big upheaval for these people. The authorities appropriated their reindeer, then moved them from places where they used to live to Lavozora village. As a result, the Aboriginals stopped doing their traditional crafts. Their culture and way of life came close to extinction.
Over there we have a lem. We call it a lem. Reindeer hide there from mosquitoes and gadflies.
Here we made a kuvaksa. It's not big. In warm weather, we make a fire here to cook. At times, we have guests who stay with us overnight.
In the olden days, the tents used to be much bigger. They accommodated 2 families, each living in their own separate part. The tent was first covered with one cloth, then with a special tarpaulin.
It was also easy to enter. You could open it this way and enter the way you enter a house. In a week's time, Uliana is going to a very important event. She has long dreamt of visiting the sacred and legendary Lake Sedozera. For various reasons, she never managed to visit this iconic place. And finally, the opportunity has arrived.
I heard a lot about Lake Sedozera, and I always wanted to visit it to ask the spirits for health for the people I love.
The spirits of our ancestors live there, the Sayyids.
That is why it's called Sedozera, the Lake of the Spirits. Our spirits live in the water, on the ground, in the forest, up in the mountains, and in the rocks. In a word, in nature, and we believe in them.
There is still a lot to do before the departure. Today, the Yulins are having their relatives over at their place, and Uliana is preparing a treat for them.
I will cook a soup now, the way our grandparents and parents did. Of course, we need meat for it. We cook it and then add some potatoes to the broth. Then we take flour and blackberries. What did people eat before? Mostly meat, fish, mushrooms, and berries. They didn't have the vegetables we eat now, like tomatoes and cucumbers. They were self-sustaining. The food was simple. They also made their own bread. Living in a forest like we do now, you have to make your own bread.
Traditionally, the kitchen has always been a woman's domain. Although generally there was no strict distinction of duties between men and women, each family member could do everything.
Boris and I come from the same village. I was friends with his sister. When Boris's girlfriend left him, I was there to console him, saying, "Don't worry, you'll find someone better."
So I did.
Yes, he did. He started visiting me more often. Once he arrived on a snowmobile and took me to the civil registry office. That's how we got married. We've been together for almost 30 years.
While his wife is cooking, Boris goes to check on the reindeer. How many reindeer do I have? It's not polite to ask a Sami that question, because reindeer is like money to us. It's the same as asking someone about the size of their salary. In any event, I don't have many reindeer, and a misfortune happened recently. A bear came and killed a female. That's why I now have to guard them. Depending on their habitat and natural surroundings, reindeer breeding, fishing, and hunting are the traditional activities of the Sami. This is a tasma. It belonged to my wife's father. And this chain belonged to my late brother. Those rings were my father's. And this one too. This I made myself. Everything is here. A knife, a little chest, but it's empty now. The chest should be placed here. Before and during calving, they put notebooks here and little sticks. Once you brand a calf, you make a notch. It's very practical. You have everything with you. When it's winter, you tie it around a deerskin parka, and the wind doesn't get in. You can tie it lower. Here, you can lie on the snow and sleep in it, and you won't feel the cold at all, dear friend. That's a reminder of my father. A very precious thing. I could watch them all day. They are amazing animals. They are a source of food, transportation, clothing, everything to us. Take a very big swamp, for example, and bring a reindeer over there. Take a handful of mixed feed and put it somewhere discreetly. Take him away. You can blindfold him. He'll come back and find his food straight away as if following a compass. How can you explain that? They probably have a built-in GPS.
So many people. You didn't expect us? No, we didn't very well. Hello. Give me a kiss, my dear. Hello. Hello, hello. Very well. Well done, well done. Hello. Take it easy. Kolya, come here, come here.
Glad to see you.
Let's go before Grandma gets cold. Don't worry, I won't get cold. You won't freeze? Let's go.
The long-awaited relatives came to visit the Yulin. Unfortunately, their daughters couldn't make it. One lives and works in Lavozera, the other even further away in Murmansk. They each have their own lives and they don't often manage to visit their parents.
We made soup today. Fish soup? Fish soup, why? Meat soup.
That's it.
Have at least one spoonful. At least one. Have some bread. There you go, Galia. Thank you. And Polya, I decided to go to Lake Seydozero, so I wanted to consult you. Consult me? I've never been there. But maybe you know how to behave there. What should I do? I think you need to consult our shaman. Olga. She'll be able to give you advice. She was there, and she knows a lot about it. Let's go. Let's go look at the reindeer. I'll take photos. Okay, okay, as you wish. As white as snow. Snowflake. So white.
He's not in the mood today.
He's not even acknowledging you. I took a photo of him. A photo. Got him. Wow, a fawn. A fawn. Here's some food for you. Okay, see you soon. Come on Saturday so we can celebrate together, okay? I might come, but I'm not sure about Boris.
I have my reindeer here. I can't.
Okay, all right. See you. Okay, bye. Call us. Call us, write us. Bye.
The celebration Uliana and Boris were invited to are the Sami Games. It's an old tradition for families to get together and compete with each other. Who's faster, stronger, smarter, can last the longest. In Soviet times, the tradition was forgotten, and it was only revived 28 years ago. The Sami Games take place in Lavozera, the village which is often referred to as the capital of Laplandia. This is the habitat of the majority of the Sami in Russia. It hosts the Sami Cultural Center, and all national Sami celebrations are held here, even on an international scale.
The first mention of the village dates back to the 16th century. It was a small Sami burial ground. It developed mostly in Soviet times. In the 1960s, the Sami were moved here en masse from the entire Kola Peninsula. That's how the Lavozera became the capital of these people.
For the Sami people, these games, the national sporting competition, is a large celebration and one of the most important ones of the year, as well as one of the favorites. They wouldn't miss it, so Uliana, leaving her husband to guard the reindeer, came to Lavozera. And together with her sister Antonina, she went to watch the Sami football game. Sami football is a truly exciting show, which attracts a lot of spectators, mostly because the players are women dressed in sarafans. Men always went hunting, fishing, and tended to the reindeer, while women played football during their short breaks from household chores. They played with a very nice ball made from reindeer leather, stitched together in this way. You can see here, with the reindeer fur inside. And if it gets wet during the course of the game, it becomes heavier. It's not a regular football. Each game consists of 2 halves of 10 minutes each. A score is achieved only if the ball rolls into the goal. Soccer teams score when they make the ball get into the net. In Sami football, different rules apply. In the meantime, other competitions are also underway. Uliana's sister Antonina decided to participate in the crossbow shooting competition. Her other relatives came to support her. Everyone used to shoot with crossbows, right?
Yes, boys made them themselves from willow tree branches, fishing lines, thread, or something like that. They made arrows too, and they put nails on their tips.
How was it before? Did they use bows at first, then introduce crossbows later?
Sure.
Understood.
That's how it was done.
I understood.
We even went hunting with crossbows.
I see. You must have been good at it when you were young.
Me? Naturally. I grew up among boys.
Oh, boys, I see.
You could shoot an eye out.
Andrei, Antonina's son, and her cousin Yevgeny went to take part in the lasso throwing competition.
Looking at them, I remember my father, the way he threw a lasso and competed with his neighbor Yura. Oh, I remember that too. My father only once lost to Yura, otherwise he always won. See how good Andrei is at it. It's the first time he's participating in the competition.
Ну давайте мы будем прощаться с вами.
The goal of those competitions is to strengthen the spirit of each family and the nation as a whole. And at the same time, to promote the Sami language in general, because the situation with it is not particularly simple.
I witnessed the times when the Sami language was taught in schools. I was a teacher of Sami. It's no longer taught. And the only way to learn the language is through speaking it. The youth has started displaying some interest in it, but there are still only a few people who can understand and speak it. There's a danger that the Sami language will disappear together with our generation and those who have been speaking it since childhood.
Along with the sporting competitions, people dance and sing at the Sami games, dressed in fancy national costumes.
The Sami always dressed in traditional costumes, made from reindeer skin. With the arrival of the Russians to the Kola Peninsula, we started using modern materials, such as silk, cotton, and wool. But these are traditional costumes. The kukul, a mosquito head net, which protected the Sami from mosquitoes in summer. A kukul. Traditional costumes were decorated with beads. But before we started using beads, people used silver and tin thread to embroider traditional costumes, which were made by themselves. This is traditional embroidery. I did it myself and used it in a modern costume. Look here. This boy has a leather frame decoration. This is a traditional symbol. It protects one from the evil eye. There's another one on the back. They use those symbols to protect their backs too. Long socks are also knitted in a traditional way, in the traditional Sami colors. The boots are called kangi, with the front curled up. The winter shoes were even more curled up in the front. They were used as ski shoes.
This woman is unique. Olga Redkina not only plays Sami soccer, cooks traditional dishes, and knows how to tend the reindeer. She retains a knowledge of the old beliefs and spiritual rituals of the Sami. She is a fourth-generation shaman.
I inherited it from my ancestors. For example, my parents and my grandparents taught me that when you have to come to the forest, you have to greet the forest spirit. When coming to the river, you have to greet the water. And when leaving your village, you have to show your respect for the land and leave a coin there. It is necessary so that the forest, water, and land spirits treated us well.
Uliana, who was going to visit the sacred Sedozera, decided to come and see this very shaman. Both women are from the same village. They've known each other for ages, but don't often meet.
Hello, Olga. Did I disturb you? No, not at all. Hello, hello. I've come to ask for your advice. I'm going to the lake. The Sedozera. Yes, I heard of it. I don't recommend that you go there. Why not? What's wrong? I went there once, Uliana, when I was 18 years old, and I saw something which made me decide to never go back there ever again. And you shouldn't either. The Sami shouldn't go there. Spirits live there that shouldn't be disturbed. Not at all. Otherwise, something bad might happen.
Olga suggested that Uliana addresses the lake spirits right where they stand. First, they made an offering of coins to the land. then communicated with the water spirits and treated them with salt, sugar, reindeer meat, and bread. They were to be left on a rock. One has to tap on the rock like this with a knife to call upon the spirits and attract their attention.
Seydozoro is a unique place. I heard that it has 3 bottoms. I heard that they found the traces of the Hyperborea there. There's a legend that it is on the lake of Seydozoro, that the Aryans, considered as gods by the Sami, emerged from the air. By all means, this lake is sacred to our people. The spirits of our ancestors, the Saids, live there, and they are to be worshipped from afar.
Uliana followed Olga's advice and decided against going to Seydozoro. It remains distant and unexplored to her, yet holding a profound meaning which is only fathomable to the unique Sami people who have been living in the fascinating land of Laplandia for hundreds of years. The ethnic peoples of Russia include some groups who have not assimilated with their numerous neighbors. They often do not number more than several hundred people. Over thousands of years, their way of life has practically remained unchanged, and their ancient beliefs, traditions, and languages have been preserved. Because of their closed way of life, the details of their existence are practically unknown to the wider population. We are starting to write our own Red Book of the Peoples of Russia, whose culture may disappear tomorrow. A very long time ago, the Great Flood started. The trees rustled, the waves splashed over the shore, the plains turned into an endless sea, and the mountains into islands. A man, a deer, and a dog found shelter on top of the Sayan Mountains. When the water receded, they agreed to never part and always stay together. This friendship has lasted for many centuries. The Tajins, following the teachings of their ancestors, stay loyal to this union. One would think that ancient rituals require a mystic atmosphere, special costumes, and mysterious artifacts. But that's not a performance meant for tourists. It's a part of the everyday life of modern Tajins living in the very center of Russia at the foothill of the majestic Sayan Mountains. The ritual is performed to appease the Taiga Keeper.
This ritual is done when we cross high mountain passes. We appease the spirits of our land, asking them for good health. If someone's sick, we ask for a fast recovery. The mountain pass is located high up. And, there's a certain connection.
The piles of stones can be found in many mountain passes in the eastern Sayan Mountains, but this one is considered to be the main one. It overlooks the entire Tajinsky area.
The Taiga Keeper welcomes us. Sometimes she cries, too. When it rains, it means she's crying. Crying and rejoicing at the same time. We received our blessing. The sky has cleared. It's not raining. It means that tomorrow will be a clear sunny day. Our road will be smooth.
The road will not only be smooth, it will also be long. The driver speeds over potholes and bumps from as far as Kizil. He promised to take his passengers to the Yi village before dark. The women are in a hurry to get to the nomadic camp before they leave for the mountains. It will be nearly impossible to find them after they've left. A 2-day journey is ahead of them. When Svetlana first traveled this road, it used to take her much longer.
In the past, our grandfathers traveled to this road to exchange fur for flour and other things which cannot be found in the taiga. It took 1 month only to get here. In Soviet times, it was possible to fly here. Ships also traveled here. Now there's nothing left.
Tuvinian Tajins belong to the larger ethnic group of the Tuvans. They've lived where the modern Republic of Tuva is located for 1,500 years, ever since the Turkic tribes came to the Sayan Mountains from Central Asia and merged with the Ket, Samoyed, and Indo-European tribes. In the 13th century, the Tuvans were defeated by the Mongolians, and in the 18th century, their land became part of the Chinese Empire of the Great Qing. The Tajins have been subjected to various influences for centuries while developing their own unique culture. Today, the old way of life is maintained by only 15 families. Nikolai Ak is the elder of a small nomadic camp. He and his cousin Svetlana Demkina are trying to restore the population of the Tajin reindeer. I'm counting the deer now. I'm writing the numbers down. At present, Svetlana, the owner of the herd, lives in town. In this family business, she is in charge of accounting. Nikolai and his wife Ludmila spend the entire year in the camping grounds. In winter, the deer are taken to the valley, and in summer, to the mountains. The most important time is approaching, the time to move from the winter settlement to the summer camp. Winter was harsh. There was a lot of snow, and it was difficult for the deer. That's why the calving happened later than usual. The does did not manage to gain weight, and the winter was longer than usual. Snow didn't melt for a long time. 10 deer died in the last year. Some got lost. Others were eaten by wolves. But calving was good this year. We now have 40 fawns. The Tajins will never tell you the exact number of deer that they have. It's considered to be a bad omen. The final count takes place on the 1st of January. Those who survive are counted. Spring arrives late to the taiga, but now it's time to go up the mountains. The midges make the deer suffer. But Aldin Ma, Nikolai's daughter, is still not here. Nikolai's sister is bringing her over.
What did you buy in Kizil? Medicine for my mother. Don't forget to take warm clothes with you.
Aldin Ma lives here in the village of Yi in Nikolai's sister's house when she was still attending school, and she always spent her summer vacations at her parents' camp.
Aldin Ma can do everything. She has all the skills that a woman living in a reindeer breeding camp has. She can milk a doe, she can ride a deer so naturally as though she was literally born on a deer.
Svetlana tells us everything about the girl because the girl won't speak to strangers. Modesty and reserve are the main traits of a Tajin's character. They spend most of their lives amongst close friends and family. But soon, Aldin Ma will have to change her ways.
She just entered the agricultural college. It was her choice to become a livestock specialist, and possibly after, a veterinarian. After graduation, she'll be able to help her parents, and this occupation will become useful.
Aldin Ma's parents don't know yet that their daughter entered the college. She will soon surprise them. The village of Yi is a so-called outpost of civilization. Most of the Tajins live in similar villages. Yi is located on the border of wild territory where the ancestors of the modern Tajins led nomadic lives. Now there's hardly anyone living in the taiga. Aldin Ma has spent her entire life here. That's why it's difficult for her to part with her friends. She's trying to talk to everyone while she still has a signal for her mobile. Svetlana had to climb up this river many times. She remembers that when she was a child, there were fires all along the banks of the river, the campfires of those Tajins who had come to take their children from school. They came from the village in dozens of boats, not only one boat, as is the case now. Aldin Ma arrives with few other children. Now the reindeer breeding settlement turns into a summer vacation camp. The camp is only open to a few reindeer breeding families. In the past, the Tajins lived in the taiga and seldom left it. only when they had to exchange some goods or to take a woman to a hospital to give birth, as was the case with Svetlana's mother.
My father came to get my mother and I. I was born in winter. That's why it was so hard to travel then. So they waited until I was 6 months old, and in May came to Yi and took us by deer. So since I was 6 months old until I started school, I spent all my time there, both winters and summers. People were used to living there then.
There's an old tea drinking tradition before leaving for the taiga. The most important thing at this stage is to determine the route. There are neither road signs nor cellular communications in the places where the Tajins go to. Mountains and lakes have no names to navigate by. That's why Svetlana calls the village for the last time, while they still can get in touch with the camp over the radio.
Hello. Could you please get in touch with my herdsmen and ask them where they're located at present? Please also ask them to wait for us and not to move before we arrive. The taiga is enormous. Even if you know the camp's location and you're only a kilometer away, you can walk around it for hours and not be able to find it. People sleep out in the open, and if it rains, there's nowhere to find shelter.
The Tajins will have to spend around 12 hours in the truck, which will be riding over the bumpy roads of the remote taiga. But small children, in whose veins the blood of the nomads flows, easily endure discomfort, and it seems that they can even find this hard journey fun. Within a single year, the Tajins relocate about 20 times. The deer have to move constantly in search of new pastures. Nikolai promised to wait for Svetlana for one more day, but the decision was not easy for him. The lichen that the reindeer eat is running short in this pasture. What's more, the Siberian elks have turned up here. It may sound strange, but an elk, whom an average city dweller can hardly distinguish from a domestic reindeer, is like a predator for the Tajins. The elk is taller and thinner than our deer. They differ a lot in their character, too. During rutting season, you have to tie the domestic reindeer up because the wild deer turn into proper predators. They are an enemy to us, similar to a wolf or a bear. They can take a few deer away from the herd at once. But once the rutting season is over, the wild deer leave, and then a reindeer breeder can let his deer out to the pasture. Every reindeer breeder has to be able to protect their pastures from predators. Hunting is also a source of providing for oneself. In contrast with regular hunters, northern people are allowed to hunt for game throughout the year. It's hardly possible to survive in the taiga without a gun. That's why the Tajins learn how to use it at an early age. It's time for Artish, Nikolai's grandchild, to learn the skill. Judging by the faces and noises he's making, Artish did not particularly enjoy the first shooting session, but it's obvious that a good hunter is growing up in the family. Have a look. You hit a spot just to the left of the notch. You had to aim here, right in the center, so you missed by this much. Meanwhile, Svetlana has reached the next part of her journey. It is a camp of geologists where she has to move from one truck to another. She's halfway through, but they are facing a challenge. They need to reach the camp before dark, but it seems that the prayers to the taiga keeper have not helped.
We are preparing shelter from a storm. There are big dark clouds coming. We use this material to cover and keep all our things dry.
Having consulted with the adults, Svetlana decided to stay here for dinner and see what happens next. But it's only getting worse. Despite the danger of getting caught in the rain, Svetlana resolves to continue on her way. There is still hope of escaping the rain, which will wash out the roads and make them impassable. Now, there is no snow, only rocks. ditches, and mud after the rain.
We need to take it easy.
It'll take 6 or 7 hours.
What do you think? Should we go now or early in the morning?
I don't know. It's cold in the truck body. It's better to go in the morning. There's still snow at some places. The nights are cold.
We, of course, won't hurry. We'll go slow.
But the Tajins seem to not be particularly lucky this time. The rain started half an hour after their departure. While this simple protection withstands a drizzle, there are still 6 hours of traveling ahead of them in the darkness which is rapidly setting in.
In the place we're going to, a long time ago there were nomadic camps where twins lived. Once they went to the forest and got lost. Nobody could find them. Then people turned to the shamans. The shamans said, the children are fine, they will come back in a year, but when they enter the tent, their mother should not scare them. A year passed. The mother grieved and stopped waiting for her children to come back. Once, when she was cooking, her twins entered the tent. She gave a loud shout out of fear and surprise. The twins were frightened and vanished into thin air. But they say that their souls still wander around that camp and the river which was named after them.
The Tajins arrived only at 3 a.m. According to the geologists, it's only 2 kilometers from this hill to the nomadic camp, but the truck cannot go further because a swamp starts here. That's why they have to unload it right here in the field.
We'll move all the things when it's light, using the deer. We'll leave all the things here, right?
Nobody can be certain that they arrived at the right place, and the nomadic camp, which cannot be seen in the darkness, is somewhere here. But the geologists have no time to spare. They have to be at their work in the morning. That's why the Tajins unload their things at their own risk and peril. Okay, so what time did you agree on?
We agreed on...
He's saying something about 1 a.m.? What about the date? We shouldn't travel at night. We'll come in the evening, okay?
Yes, in the evening.
What time?
Around...
Is 7 okay with you?
7 is fine.
Good luck.
Thank you.
The geologists will be able to come back to fetch those who need to go to town only after a few days. The Tajins are left alone here without any transport in complete darkness. They resolve to wrap the larger items in plastic and leave them on top of the hill and to come back for them in the morning. As is often the case in the taiga, the dogs help the people. They were woken up by the sound of the truck, which leaves no doubt that the camp is somewhere nearby. 30 more minutes of walking over the swamp and the journey is over. Her parents haven't seen Aldinma for over 6 months, and of course the first thing they ask is whether she entered the college.
Yes, she entered the agricultural college. She'll be a livestock specialist. She'll work here.
It seems like nothing can disrupt the smooth flow of life in this reindeer skin tent. Large celebrations and vivid emotions are not for the Tajins. They drink tea and talk quietly until the early hours of the morning. They have a lot to discuss. Nikolai and his wife and another couple spent the entire winter in the nomadic camp without any means of communication with the outer world, other than an old radio. That's why they only hear the news semi-annually when meeting with their relatives. However, even the arrival of guests and long nightly talks don't interfere with the morning milking. They only have half an hour from the first signs of sunrise until the midges wake up. The women get down to their business. In those months, the midges virtually drive the deer mad. That's why they can only be milked in the morning, when the insects are not yet swarming around them. But how do you make the does return to the camp at sunrise? They are grazing there freely. The Tajins know the secret to bringing them back. Every night before the milking, they tie the fawns to long poles. Following their instincts, the mothers return a few times a night to check on their babies. They come in the early morning too, just in time for the milking. Meanwhile, Nikolai makes fires all around to ward off the midges. It gives them a few minutes to milk the deer. Then the deer are set free to go and tend to their fawns. The symbiosis works very well. There's enough milk for both people and the fawns. While the grown-ups are milking the does, the young ones prepare the deer to go and fetch the things left on the hill during the night. The Tajins' ancestors started riding deer at least 2,000 years ago, and they saddled them in this manner. This saddle is used for riding deer. This rope is for steering. You pull it to guide the deer. This saddle is called angarjak in Tuvinian. Here, people learn to ride deer even before they learn to walk. There are special saddles for babies.
A birch bark cradle was attached here. Here, they made something to cover the baby against the rain or sun out of crisscrossed twigs.
In the past, a reindeer skin tent resembled a proper house with its opulent interior and comfort. Today, those homes are more like camping tents made from plastic, but they still maintain the traditional design.
A tent was covered by birch bark in the summer. A special technology was used that we don't know of. We have forgotten it. It had to be boiled for a long time, then cut and sewed. It's easy to transport birch bark in summer. You can roll it into a tube and mount it over deer. And in winter, it's skins, reindeer skins.
The first time the culture of the Tajins was under threat of extinction was at the start of the Soviet epoch. There was a real hunt for the shamans. Whole communities who have survived for thousands of years were destroyed, replaced by collective farms, totally dependent on civilization. They collapsed together with the Soviet Union. All the reindeer breeders moved to the city then, abandoning their herds. That's when the Tajins' culture was on the brink of extinction for the second time.
Sometimes when I come here and see the place where my parents, my grandparents, and great-grandparents lived, I think that if one of them could see what was happening now, they'd be terrified. There are very few deer left. The traditions are being lost. People used to be one with nature and the deer.
These days, the reindeer breeding is only maintained by a few enthusiasts like Svetlana Demkina and her family. Svetlana's husband was Russian, but it was his idea to revive the tradition.
It was my husband's idea. Frankly, I was against it. He told me, "How can you watch while everything is disappearing in front of your eyes? Your whole life, the life of your ancestors, are connected to the deer. You have to do something about it." So, he persuaded me. I told him, "I don't know. If we buy them, we'll invest all we have. We'll have nothing left. You must be prepared for it. Will you regret it later?" He replied, "No." It was really a relief to me. No means no. We bought 50 deer. A year later, we only had 6 left. We looked at each other, but he had said no.
The couple decided not to give up, and they succeeded. The herd started to grow. Vasily Demkin died a few years ago, but Svetlana continues her ancestors' cause, which became her husband's cause. Now, the herd consists of 185 deer, and Svetlana wants it to be given the status of a breeding livestock farm. This status will allow her to get help from the local budget.
We used to work with the blood differently before. It's problematic now because we need refrigerators to store it, or special thermoses. And in summer, that's impossible. Now, the easiest way is to cut off the tip of the ear and put it in alcohol in a test tube. And then we send this to Moscow, to the All Russia Research Institute of Animal Breeding in Dubrovitsa, and they research it there.
Nikolai has spent his entire life with the deer and knows everything about them, but this is the first time that he's performing this procedure. He is ready to learn new things to retain and expand his herd. It doesn't make any sense to stay in the taiga without the deer. More often than not, when talking to people about their national identity, they will mention their language, religion, and traditions. But for the Tajins, deer are the core of their national identity. If it weren't for the deer, they'd have been ordinary Tuvinians and would have blended in with the urban residents.
Everything is connected to the deer, including our nature and history, the century-old history which people remember, the memory of their parents. It feels stronger when you are in a nomadic camp. When you see those paths, some of them overgrown, others still passable, you feel a part of it.
Despite the harsh winter, spring has turned out to be good. The fawns have grown up in time for the first relocation. Aldin Ma brought good news to her parents. In a few years after graduation, she'll come back to the camp as a livestock specialist. In the morning, the breeders will dismantle the tent and head for the mountains. And it's a good reason to celebrate. Summer is coming to the ancient land of the Tajins. The ethnic peoples of Russia include some groups who have not assimilated with their numerous neighbors. They often do not number more than several hundred people. Over thousands of years, their way of life has practically remained unchanged, and their ancient beliefs, traditions, and languages have been preserved. Because of their closed way of life, the details of their existence are practically unknown to the wider population. We are starting to write our own Red Book of the Peoples of Russia, whose culture may disappear tomorrow. Who of the living knows how the earth emerged? Who can now remember the day it was born? Even old people who know everything cannot uncover that memory from the past. That's the beginning of one of the legends of the Nivkhs, the indigenous people of the island of Sakhalin, who are rightfully considered to be some of the most ancient marine hunters in the world. We mostly live by water, along the seashore or the banks of a river. There are berries there, and the forest is nearby. We don't go far out into the open sea, only when we go hunting for seals in autumn. Then the water becomes heavier, and it's easier to catch them on the rookeries and in the sludge. They say that seals used to strip off their skins on the shore and go warm their naked bodies on the rookeries. But one day their privacy was interrupted by hunters who saw that these were not seals but beautiful young women. The leader of the hunters, named Legrand, immediately fell in love with one girl. He decided to burn the skin of the seal woman so that she would stay with him on shore forever. the master of the sea, was enraged by this, and since then, seals can't change their looks and scatter when seeing a man. Leonia, get ready. The seal's over there. A lot of water has flown under the bridge since those mythical times, but the sea has remained the main source of life for the Sakhalin Aboriginals. The Nivkhs are some of the most ancient people of the Far East. Archaeologists identify these people with the so-called Ahots culture. They emerged in the first millennium BC in the basin of the Amur River and spread out to the Sakhalin and the Kuriil Islands. The Nivkhs' ancestors settled by the sea or at river mouths. They went fishing and gathered berries. For hundreds of years, they lived by sea hunt and fishing. Many Nivkhs have retained the attributes of the ancient culture. Most of them live in the north of Sakhalin in the village of Nekrasovka. According to the census of 2002, there were only 1,830 Nivkhs left on the island, with approximately the same number living on the mainland. But there's a different problem. Only 10% of them remember their native language, and that number is constantly decreasing.
You did not expect any visitors, did you?
Who'd come to see me other than you?
Do you want more guests then? Will you treat me to some tea?
Tea? Sure, let's have some tea and a chat. The old marine hunter is accustomed to solitude, which is only occasionally interrupted by his younger sister, who lives nearby. Come on in. Sit down on the sofa. I'll brew the tea. Close the door, please.
Leonid started fishing before I had even gone to school. He was around 10 then. He attended the elementary school at the time. I remember how he pushed the boat away from the shore using a pole. At the time, poles were used instead of oars to take out the nets. In summer, starting from June, they went fishing for small fish, smelt, and then humpback salmon. It was sun-cured and salted for the winter. At the end of the summer, they caught keta salmon, and towards October, they went hunting for seals. Women, in the meantime, went to gather berries and a variety of herbs.
Today's treats are the rosehip tea and the unfailing autumn attribute, red caviar, or as it's jokingly called here, Nivkh marmalade.
When are you going out to sea again?
One of these days. I'll finish repairing my motorbike and then go. It's stormy anyway in the bay at the moment, but I think that the weather will improve by tomorrow. A good fisherman feels the sea, even if he's blind or deaf. Once there lived such an old man. He sat by the sea in the evenings waiting for the right wind. As soon as he felt cold running down his spine, he would throw out a net and pull it back full of fish. Today, there's only one person of that kind left in Sakhalin, an old man, Leonid Yugain. He is a sort of local attraction, the last of the Mohicans, attracting researchers even from abroad. This fisherman remembers a Japanese named Sarisi. The researcher has already visited Nekrasovka a few times with the purpose of studying the unique dialect of the Nivkh language, which is the mother tongue of Leonid. The researcher asked him questions and recorded him speaking as they were having tea in the kitchen, or while the old man was busy repairing his motorbike in the garage. That's exactly what he's on now. I am a fisherman, but how can I go to the sea without this old tub? I can't carry the net on my shoulders, nor the oars. Where would I place them? That's why I made this thing, a sort of carry cot. Looking at his broken trolley, the old man briefly hesitates. Most likely, he is thinking in his native Nivkh language. The Nivkh language has only two tenses, the future and the not future. At the moment, Leonid recalls his foreign friend who seems to have understood his people better than some of the people living nearby. Should I call the Japanese man to come over? He can translate. He always stays with me. Or with Zoya. He's used to staying with us. And we are used to speaking in our own language. Now there are very few people who can speak Nivkh. Some may understand it, but they can't speak it. The interest of the Japanese researchers in the life of Leonid is not just that the Nivkhs, like the Ugans, speak a dying language, but that they are also keepers of the lost memories of mankind, from which one can revive the distant past. We used to have boats made from 3 planks, usually of cedar wood, this wide. Cedar wood is robust, soft, and is easy to manipulate. We caulk the wood with a tarred rope to make it waterproof. Volodya Velayan, the student of Leonid Yugain, is one of the best fishermen in the region. While the old man is repairing his motorbike, Volodya explores the rookeries for tomorrow's hunting. The northwest wind is blowing now. Usually we hunt for seals over there, where the low tide is in full force. There's a rookery in that place. Usually we go by 1 or 2 boats. There are at least 2 people per boat. One for the oars and the other to hold the gun and the harpoon. Sometimes both of us have harpoons, or a harpoon and a shotgun. You never know on which side of the boat the seal will appear. Usually we kill seals when the cold weather sets in, so that there's food for the dogs over winter, and so that we can stock up on fat for the cold days. As for the skins, that's the women's domain. They collect the pelts and fleece and make shoes. Mostly boots. At least they used to do that. Globalization dictates its own laws of fashion, and you're unlikely to meet a Nivkh dressed in a national costume. However, this doesn't stop the residents of Nekrasovka from studying the secrets of the ancient patterns at the local club of arts and crafts of indigenous people.
In the olden days, each family, each woman, girl, and married woman had their own pattern. For example, an unmarried woman would never embroider a pattern that indicated she was a married woman. Or she would never make a pattern for a husband that could be worn by a bachelor.
However, the meaning of the patterns is not the only interesting feature of the traditional Nivkh outfits. The most unusual thing was that it was often made from fish skin.
They made robes from fish skin. It was first dried, then crumpled for a long time. And then, only then, it could be sewed.
After thousands of years of living by the sea, the Nivkhs seem to have become one with it. The designs on their clothes, their toys, their puppets are all damp with the salty smell of fish, including their musical instruments. We have a musical instrument called tingrin. It's as old as the roar of the sea. My sister used to play it in the local folk group. These days, she hardly ever plays it. Why don't you try to play it now? In the middle of the first millennium AD, the ancestors of the modern Nivkhs left Sakhalin in search of better lives and migrated south to the island of Hokkaido. But there they encountered a different Satsuman culture, the Anu, or Ezo, the indigenous population of the northern Japanese islands. They stopped the advance of the marine hunters, forcing them to turn back from Hokkaido and return to Sakhalin. Ironically, a few centuries later, the Ainu themselves were absorbed by the Japanese Empire. At the same time, the echo of the old Akhots culture is still perceptible here in the north of Sakhalin, the area frequented by the Japanese researchers that are searching for links to their primeval history. Although even this Nivkh melody does not sound as authentic as it used to.
The tin green does not sound the same way it used to.
It's not tuned.
What?
I'm saying it's out of tune. Must be the strings, or the drum must have dried out.
Yes, it might be the drum. In fact, it's easy to play. A tin green is a simple instrument that consists of a birch cylinder covered with fish skin. The string and the bow are made from fish tendons. One can easily play it.
But when it comes to music, the situation is similar to that of a language. Once a melody is lost, restoring it is just as hard as recovering the vanishing words in Leonid's vocabulary. I almost fell asleep listening to you play.
Well, then you can have a little nap.
The next day, Leonid started to prepare for his trip early in the morning. Oars, a harpoon, a bag with the fishing gear, a gun, and an anchor. That's all a modern seal hunter needs. Now the most important thing is for a favorable wind to start blowing. Regardless of the forecast, a Nivkh always has to remember that the sea is a living spirit, a Tol-Iz, the master of big water. You need to not only understand and feel him, but also treat him as your breadwinner. Before going out to sea, one has to feed the master of the water to appease his spirit. This is for the Father Sea to bring us luck, and for a calm sea, for hunting and fishing luck. Neither Leonid Yugain nor Volodya Velayan know how old this ritual is. Let's go. The master of the sea is usually treated to a mos, a traditional dish made from fish skins, berries, rice, and seal fat. But the stock of seal and berries are finished and have not yet been replenished. September and October are not only the hunting and fishing season, but also the peak time to collect berries, taiga berries and cranberries, or siksa, as the locals call it.
We pick siksa in autumn and use it for special dishes. To make a mos, it has to be soaked, and then we add boiled fish or milt, fish skin, fat, and potato. We call it kartoshka matot. which means cooked potato. Previously, we didn't add potato to this dish, and there was no word for it.
In addition to siksa, which has always been found here, we've always had those small conifer trees and osier and other rare trees as rare as the Nivkh people like large trees. According to a legend, the first Nivkh, which literally means a man, emerged from the resin of this tree. That's why the taiga is as sacred for them as the sea.
Leave this sweet for the master under the tree. That's it. Let him enjoy it and allow us to pick berries today.
What's happening now can be called an offering to the spirits of the forest, done to appease the spirits in order to pick a lot of berries and to catch a lot of fish. Meanwhile, the men have gone out to sea. Volodya spotted a shoal of seals in the rookery, while Leonid sat on the bow of the boat holding his gun ready. The hunting will start shortly. However, the old myth is replayed again on the mirror-like surface of the water. The seal is leaving. It means that it's not the right time yet. The day will come when there will be food. The sea does not like impatience and greed. We never killed a large quantity of seals. Only when there was shortage of food. Normally in winter. The women are more successful. They found a good crop and settled there.
We gathered taiga berries, siksa for the winter, so that in winter we have something to eat. We also picked cloudberries, blueberries, all the berries that grow in our meadows.
If all goes well, Zoya will prepare a special dinner for her brother to celebrate the harvest. Leonid just complained that the tradition of holding those dinners is long forgotten. People don't cook the way they used to anymore. For example, my sister, the women of my generation still haven't lost the skill. But the youth say, we don't know how to do that. Or they simply don't want to. But if you cook a seal, they'll all come to the feast. Everyone likes to eat. Unfortunately, things at sea did not go as the old man Leonid had planned. Being a fisherman, he can't return empty-handed. Together with Volodya, they go to the other side of the Palmer Bay to try their luck with the nets there. You stay here. I'll go quietly. Just like seal hunting, putting up nets requires teamwork for the Nivkhs. At least 2 people are required to do it. One to uncoil the casting net, the other to pull it out to the right depth, perpendicular to the shore. The fishermen decided on a spot and caught their first fish within a few minutes. This is a summer fish. Over there we caught an autumn one. And this striped one is a summer type, with teeth. For Leonid, this is more than mere fishing. It is a date with his beloved element, the sea, which his life is strongly connected to, living at the water's edge. This autumn day went well in the taiga. They didn't manage to fill the buckets to the brim, but did get enough to cook vizgals, Leonid's favorite dish. Now all that's left is to decide who will be cooking it.
Are you going to cook? No, not me. She'll do it. Zoya, don't pass the buck. You're the best cook here.
Everything becomes clear later in the evening when the first guests appear at the gate of Leonid's house. They arrive to find a true feast. Yes, this time the women have displayed all their culinary talents.
Muvi was taken to the table, and the vizgals made of siksa is ready. There's also raw fish, ya mahara. We serve it like that.
It is a special day for Leonid, not only because for the first time in several years he has put on his special shirt, but because for the first time in a long time his native language, which has almost ceased to be heard on the streets, could be heard in this house again. The dishes he has loved since his childhood are on the table. The vizgals made from cooked fish and siksa, the mas made from cooked fish skin and sweet berry mousse, fish heads, stroganina, all that the sacred taiga and the sea have been providing to the Nivkhs for centuries. This toast does not require a translation. It's enough to see the happy faces of those rare people. A 100 years ago, things were completely different. One only has to look at those photographs to see it. The people in those photographs look completely different, belonging to a different epoch, of a different kind. A lot has changed in their everyday lives, yet their faces remain the same. Today, the descendants of the ancient hunters of Sakhalin do not wear traditional clothes, do not live in mud huts and houses on poles, and this may disappoint those who love exotic things. But it is precisely this nation that is saving for posterity the unique Nivkh language that came to us from ancient times, thereby decoding not only the living past of the earth, but also its elusive present. The ethnic peoples of Russia include some groups who have not assimilated with their numerous neighbors. They often do not number more than several hundred people. Over thousands of years, their way of life has practically remained unchanged, and their ancient beliefs, traditions, and languages have been preserved. Because of their closed way of life, the details of their existence are practically unknown to the wider population. We are starting to write our own Red Book of the Peoples of Russia, whose culture may disappear tomorrow. July 1240. The Swedish army crossed the border into the Novgorod region to capture the ancient Russian capital of Ladoga. The chronicles say, in the early hours of a foggy morning, a guard that was hiding in the reeds by the bank of the river saw the outline of the vessels, a large quantity, undoubtedly belonging to the enemy. Counting the vessels, he immediately sent a messenger to Great Novgorod to Prince Alexander. The latter gathered his army promptly and ambushed the Swedish at the mouth of the Neva River. The guard's name was Pelgusi, and he was an elder of the Izhorian land. In this famous battle, the young Prince Alexander defeated the Swedes, and as a result of the battle, he was nicknamed Nevsky. The record of this historic event in the chronicles is the first mention of the Izhorians, unique people who have managed to preserve their ancient culture until today.
Where did he learn to speak our language? Where did he learn to speak it? Very well done. He speaks it very well.
He knows a lot of songs and some customs and traditions that I know nothing about.
I remember him teaching me embroidery. He threaded a needle. I couldn't see. For me, it was a celebration when he said that he wanted to return to the village.
Ingrians, Incarians, or Izhorians, the way Russians refer to them, are indigenous people of the area between the Gulf of Finland and Lake Ladoga. The territory was gradually inhabited after a glacier departed 12,000 years ago. The 20th century, with its wars and revolutions, was tragic for the Izhorians. According to the census of 2010, only 266 people listed themselves as Izhorians, and the old Izhorian language belongs to the Finno-Ugric group, included in UNESCO's Atlas of the World's Languages, under significant threat of extinction. Master of the forest, mistress of the forest, allow me into the forest and give me mushrooms and berries. This young man is Nikita Dichkov. Nikita is Izhorian. During the last few years, the locals have associated his name with the revival of long-lost traditions. Today, Nikita is taking a long-awaited journey before tomorrow's important event. Izhorians believed the forest was a very dangerous place. They believed that each forest has a master and a mistress, and that one should behave oneself there and always remember that supreme forces are keeping an eye on you there. Nikita is 25 years old now. He can't remember when exactly his father told him that he's Izhorian, but since that moment, everything completely changed for him. It felt as if everything's changed within me. I can't even say if I knew about it before, about the Izhorians, that Izhorian blood runs through my veins. Since that moment, I started studying the Izhorian culture. A resident of St. Petersburg, Nikita not only studied the old folklore, he also learned the Izhorian language and learned the old crafts. And finally, he left the city and moved to the Soyot Peninsula in the Gulf of Finland, to the village of Krakuli, the historic habitat of the Izhorians. Once upon a time, a hill appeared over the endless sea. A swallow made a nest on it and laid golden eggs. A strong wind arrived, the same wind that blows today. The eggs fell down and broke. The yolk of the egg turned into the sun, and the white of the egg turned into the moon. The stars emerged from the pieces of eggshell. That is the way the world was created. The Izhorians have never been particularly numerous people. Around 30,000 people is the largest number of them in their entire history. Living on rocky shores of the Gulf of Finland, Izhorians were totally dependent on the sea. They also had to withstand their powerful neighbors. In 1240, the Izhorian territory became part of the Novgorod state, and ever since then, the Izhorians, together with the Russians, have been fighting for this territory.
Furthermore, if someone invaded their land and that land attracted many, the Finnish across the Gulf of Finland, the Estonians across the Narva River, everyone wanted this land. Then the Izhorians were always ready to protect their land. They would pursue the invaders for months through the forests until everyone was killed.
They posed a big threat to the Catholic Church at the time. Their medieval burials were indicative of the belligerent nature of the Izhorian people. The few Izhorians living in the village were very surprised to meet a young man who was fluent in their language and who generally displayed a sincere interest in them.
There's nobody to talk to. I'm gradually forgetting the language. I don't have anyone to talk to in it.
Good day. Well, hello. How are you? We are well. How is your health? Well, so-so. My legs are troubling me, not too well to be honest. The Izhorians rarely allow a stranger into their homes, but it's a whole different story when a stranger speaks their own language. When it comes to Nikita, all the doors are open to him. There are a lot of interesting things to be seen in a traditional Izhorian house. Look here. The grain was brought here by hand, and then it was spun this way. They'd spin it until the stone started making a different sound. Rye flour was used to make bread. Wheat flour was used for special occasions. There wasn't much wheat here. A visit like this provides Nikita with invaluable materials for his main work. A few years ago, he was invited to work in the Izhorian Regional Museum in the Vistino village of the Soyot Peninsula. Since then, Nikita has conducted guided tours, and there is a long waiting list due to his popularity. There were good and evil wizards who could cast a spell and spoil a wedding and turn the newlyweds into wolves, for example, or into stones. The 17th century became a milestone in the history of the Izhorian people. As a result of the Treaty of Stolbovo, signed in 1617, the Izhorian land was given to the Swedes and remained a part of Sweden for almost 100 years.
The 17th century left an indelible imprint in the culture and memory, in the legends and the folklore of the Izhorians. Their suffering was so very intense that it seems to have erased all their memories that belong to the ancient times.
Successive wars, pestilence, plague, oppressive taxes, the forced imposition of the Lutheran faith, all of this led to the gradual decay of the Izhorian land. The Izhorians left their homes en masse, escaping to the Russian territories. In the 17th century, Ingria, that's how the Swedish called their land back then, lost over 20,000 people, which constituted over 70% of their population at the time, yet some remained. Sweden ruled over our land for 100 years. There were a number of relief measures for the Lutherans, but that's common practice in some countries.
Once an important superintendent, Hendrickson came to the Izhorian church with the purpose of converting them to the Lutheran faith. An Izhorian, Kuzma, spat into the missionary's face. What time?
At 12,
Where?
in Vistino, on the Soyot Peninsula.
Vistino.
In Vistino, Soyot.
Vistino.
All the local Izhorians are looking forward to tomorrow's event. It's their annual celebration where not only their neighbors from all around gather, but also guests from abroad. Nikita has to put up the last posters and prepare for the event. He's a jack of all trades, and tomorrow the entire celebration will depend on him. His colleagues from St. Petersburg will also arrive tomorrow. Early the next morning, St. Petersburg, a rather flamboyant group of young people hits the road. A man happened to have a lot of misfortune in his life. A bad horse, a leaking boat, and an incapable wife who couldn't do anything around the house. Those strange, joyful people are volunteers at the Center of Indigenous People of the Leningrad region. These people of various occupations and ages study the Izhorian language and culture under the vigilant guidance of the ethnographer and archaeologist Olga Konkova. A few years ago, they created a puppet theater named Kagrakaru, which means oatmeal bear in Izhorian. It is the main attraction of the celebrations.
Some royal dynasties know all about their ancestors dating back to the 12th century. For instance, they know their legends and traditions. And I think it's great to safeguard your culture, which belongs to every representative of the people. Like, for example, all 15,000 songs sung by the Izhorians belong to me. It is very, very interesting.
The Izhorians have given the world a truly remarkable folklore, mainly in the form of songs. Many have heard the name of the famous Karelian-Finnish epos Kalevala, but few people know that a good part of it was written in ancient Izhorian runes. Over 145,000 Izhorian songs were recorded in the 19th century. This is Ulchi, but he's not the only character. Well, in the Russian culture, it is Yegori. Now that it is summer, he doesn't need any warm clothes. He covered his head to protect it from the bright sunshine, put on a thick shirt to protect himself from the mosquitoes and gadflies, so that he can calmly walk around the cows to collect and herd them back to their homes. The puppets are more than just vintage, hand-stitched toys to the Izhorians. Those puppets are their friends. They're magical guides into an Izhorian-speaking world.
She travels to different villages that were once the habitat of the Finno-Ugric people, and then she tells them all of our ancient legends.
The 20th century was very tragic for the Izhorians. The post-revolution times created more suffering for the Izhorians than any other period in their centuries-old history.
It all started great, with a nationwide increase in the 1920s. In the beginning of the 1930s, the Izhorians were given books, the freedom to practice their native language, Izhorian village councils, and collective farms were created as well. And in 1937, everything ended in a harsh and unfair way. I think people still feel very emotional about those events.
In the summer of 1937, all the Izhorian schools were closed overnight. The teachers were arrested. The books that were in Izhorian were burnt. Children were expelled from school for just speaking Izhorian. And not only Izhorians, but also their neighbors, the Vots, the Ingrians, the Karelians, and a large number of other small ethnic groups in Soviet Russia were victimized. And things only got worse.
They also introduced a ban on fishing, and the Izhorians are fishermen. They can't go without fishing. It was all official. The government started this. So for the people, that ban was catastrophic. Then the war started. The majority of Izhorians did not have time to evacuate the land before the Germans arrived in the Sochino Peninsula. I've been through a lot. I was in a concentration camp, I was also a miner, and I was also in Finland. Wherever fate took me.
The Germans rapidly moved northwest and besieged Leningrad, which is a well-known fact. The Izhorians did not have an opportunity to get evacuated. Meanwhile, Finns, who fought on the side of the Nazis, needed free labor. The route to Finland for the Izhorians went through the infamous Estonian concentration camp, Kloga. Hard labor and years of war resulted in the exile of thousands of Izhorians.
The Germans didn't ask us. They'd come to your house by car, and they would tell you to get in. They didn't give us shoes. They burnt everything. Our village, our houses, we had nothing left to eat. I had to walk barefoot. That's why I can hardly walk now. I wore out everything within 3 months. My arms and my legs failed me because of the hard work. I was only 16 years old at the time.
Nonetheless, the Izhorians survived.
Izhorians are truly remarkable people. They are extremely proud. An Izhorian will never change his mind.
Judging by the roles played in the puppet theater, an Izhorian is brief, especially with people who are close to him. But he tells his enemies exactly what he thinks of them in the finest detail before destroying them. The actors of the Oatmeal Bear appear in public in full national regalia, that is, dressed in national costumes. In a few minutes' time, the puppets will narrate a most remarkable story. It's better not to make the impatient spectators wait. Nikita is already on stage to open the festival. Like a golden field without limits, and the rustling of the trees reminiscent of the tides of the sea, the most sacred and dear to the heart is connected to you, dear Izhorian land. The national Izhorian costume is a different story. It's soaked in the entire ancient historical folklore and is filled with amulets and symbols. Traditionally, a man's costume had little embroidery, while a woman's outfit was lavishly decorated, with the predominant color being red, as the color red was considered to possess the strongest magical powers and to protect a woman from evil spirits.
The charms are placed everywhere so that the woman is fully protected. Her head and ears are protected too, for example with pendants, so that the evil spirits cannot enter the ears. The charms at the back, they make a sound to frighten off the spirits. There are hidden charms in the front, on the apron.
Everything would have gone well if it weren't for one thing. The Izhorians didn't have light. They worked by candlelight and lived by touch. It was dark, gray, and boring. One day, a beautiful woman, the blacksmith's daughter, decided to go and look for the light for the people. She walked and arrived at a neighboring Finnish village where she saw that the people were happy because they had the sun and the moon.
The Finnish people, being as stingy as they come, do not like to share, so instead of asking them, she used a sleeping potion, and everyone fell asleep. The dogs stopped barking, the horses became silent, and the babies fell asleep. Then she quietly took the moon and the sun, placed them behind her back, and hurried back home.
The Izhorians were not allowed to go back home. In 1944, an offer was made for them to leave Finland and return to the USSR, and most of them accepted the offer. However, when they reached the border, they were instead taken to different remote areas where nobody was expecting them.
Yes, we were seen as public enemies, and we were told that we had proved that we were guilty. Guilty of what? I asked them. What are we guilty of? You were in Finland, but we didn't go there voluntarily. We were taken there. It's a very sad story. It has affected not only my family, it's affected each and every Izhorian family. All of us. You know, for an Izhorian, losing our homeland is like dying.
But the history of the 20th century struggled to break the Izhorians because they have a particularly strong and proud nature.
When we went to pick berries in the forest with the elder Izhorian women, they always started speaking in their own language when they entered the forest. It made them look younger when they joked and sang songs in Izhorian.
After the war, few people remembered about the Izhorians. It wasn't customary to admit that you were different, and indeed, it was even dangerous. Izhorians, who left to go to the cities for work, were rapidly assimilated. As per the census of 1970, just over 1,000 people were listed as Izhorians. In 2010, 266. He told me, I heard there are Izhorians in the Leningrad region. What are they, a kind of animal?
That's it, that's that. What can we do? Life carries on. I did not imagine that a little spring would then turn into a river. Now that a keen interest in the Izhorian language has arisen, both children and adults are learning it.
And then everything started to change. First, volunteers appeared, including archaeologists, folklore collectors, teachers, students, old Izhorian villagers, and modern Izhorians from cities.
At times, my voice trembles. I feel like crying, but then I feel a relief. I pray that everything will be well at home, for the children to be healthy, for everything in general to be good, so that people live in peace and be kind to each other.
Having survived persecution and much misfortune, the wise blacksmith's daughter managed to bring the sun and the moon to the Izhorians. It's time to think of something that's more important. Of course, I dream of marrying an Izhorian woman. I could then speak Izhorian to her, and to our children too, to preserve the language.
Well, that's true. That's my dream. That's what I aspire to. She has a round face. That is the ideal for an Izhorian beauty. She has to be rather round with narrow eyes so that a piece of straw doesn't enter her eyes and spoil them. Her legs must be stout and short so that she doesn't get tangled up in the hay. But this is the harsh reality. A thin Izhorian woman is more like me. But when I get married, I'll be like her.
The vibrant Izhorian celebration has ended. It's time to go back home for the Omil bear. The puppets seem to be murmuring in their suitcase, wondering where they will be going to next. Nikita is cleaning up, and when he's done, he'll continue his work together with the professor. This autumn, he and Olga Konkova are publishing a manual on the Izhorian language.
Tahtohuijot se ei ole siis prostoi oppikirja kielestä.
All people have their unique and at times harsh history. Who can say why the Izhorians survived and what makes them so attached to their forest and this poor land? Why has the cold sea wind memorized their ancient ruins? Where does the wise blacksmith's daughter live? How does one make friends with forest spirits? There are many questions. Meanwhile, the Baltic Sea continues to roll, the forest rustles, the sun shines, and Pelgusi, the elder of the Izhorian land, keeps gazing at the horizon. The ethnic peoples of Russia include some groups who have not assimilated with their numerous neighbors. They often do not number more than several hundred people. Over thousands of years, their way of life has practically remained unchanged, and their ancient beliefs, traditions, and languages have been preserved. Because of their closed way of life, the details of their existence are practically unknown to the wider population. We are starting to write our own Red Book of the Peoples of Russia, whose culture may disappear tomorrow. Karamuren, Sakalyan Ula, Kaiki. Against the background of ice ridges sticking out like blades, these words sound like incantations. In fact, this is what various people in various eras called the water of the great river, the Amur, whose stern disposition was reflected in local legends. Long ago, 4 dragons lived in the sky. They lived happily, but one day they quarreled. No one knows why. Suddenly, they had a falling out, and they started to fight. They fought and fought. One of them proved to be weaker than the others, lost the battle, and fell down to the earth. Where he crawled, the Amur later appeared. We call it Mangu, which means river. From Mangu came the word Manguni, people of Mangu, or people of the Great River. Today, the people of Mangu are known as Ulchi, which means local residents. Long ago, their ancestors took a liking to the lower reaches of the Amur and founded the village of Bulava here. There are around 2,500 Ulchi in the Khabarovsk Krai, and 700 of them live in Bulava. We believed, the Ulchi believed, that people live everywhere. In the sky, there are sky people. River people live in the water, yes? There are taiga people. Everything, every object has a living soul. These beliefs would probably not have survived to the present day if it hadn't been for the sacred fights with a bear, the main sacrament in the spiritual life of this people. The bloodline of the Ulchi has its roots in the Neolithic era, when indigenous Paleo-Asiatic tribes settled on the banks of the lower Amur. By the beginning of the Common Era, they had mixed with Tungus Manchurian peoples who came here from the south. And finally, in the Middle Ages, the Ulchi were joined by the Ainu, the inhabitants of Sakhalin, and the islands of Japan, who settled near the future village of Bulava, the capital of Ulchi. According to legend, the village was founded by the Sugbu clan, whose ancestors made a secret agreement with local spirits. They allowed people to live on the river in exchange for the promise to respect the Amur, or Mangu, and pray to the Lord of all spirits of the taiga, Duente Edeni, who took the form of an enormous bear. Our forefathers asked permission to chop down trees in the taiga, from the lords of the taiga, from the spirits. Our forefathers, who lived in Aori, also did this. Before they took fish from the Amur, they also had to ask. And of course, they had to live on very good terms with all the spirits, with the lords of our land, to give them gifts, to treat them very respectfully. So they had a very good, tolerant attitude to nature. This agreement between people and the spirits of nature was carried out religiously. Every year on the banks of the Amur, the Ulchi sacrificed a sacred bear to the almighty Duente Edeni, a messenger to the world of the spirits, which for thousands of years protected the peace of the taiga and river. People used to ask permission from the Amur because they respected and feared the revenge of its spirits. Now, permission is issued by environmental organizations. In 1931, the Kamoro Pani Kusu fishing farm was opened in Bulava. The name means strength and unity. Since then, the lifestyle of centuries has changed, seemingly irreversibly. During the years of Soviet rule, the Ulchi almost lost their identity. Many began to forget their native language. We chop down alder, birch, and aspen. These three types of material. I'm saying that I've even forgotten the name of alder in Ulchi. I named aspen and birch, but this is how the language slowly disappears. Even people of my age speak it badly. Many don't speak it at all. But the 20th century ground down the foundations of the spiritual culture of the Ulchi. The people of the river began to ignore the obligations that their ancestors had taken on before the local spirits. The New Age declared the human being to be the lord of nature. People became the lords of the earth, not the spirits, as was the case in the past. According to Ulchi mythology, every being has a spirit, and even a stone has its own lord. So everything has a spirit, the taiga, the mountains, and the forest, and the Amur. This respect for nature seemed too naive for modern civilization, until it began to destroy itself in wars and catastrophes and destroy the environment as well. One example is the Amur, polluted with industrial waste, where the native inhabitants, the Ulchi, also began to believe in progress at a certain moment. Disappointment came when the water of the sacred lake became unsuitable to drink. Now the ancestors of the clan of Rasugbu have the living water delivered in cisterns which they pay for by coupon. This is a kind of mystical payment for violating the ancient agreement. To restore the trust of the spirits, the elders decided that they had to return to their roots. But how could they do this if the people had stopped living in the old way? Some of us say, why do you use these modern technologies if you adhere to traditional culture? I reply to them, my comrades, you fish in the traditional way, but you buy modern motors. Why don't you use oars? You want me to do everything by hand, but you use modern technology. I'm not so stupid, I say. I'm like you. I'm sensible enough. At any rate, I still need to carve by hand, thank God. No modern technology can carve like this. The craftsman knows what he is talking about. Folk art is not just about copying. It is the spirit of the people embodied in material. The revival of the Bear Festival, and also the entire culture of the people, is directly connected with this mansion, which is adorned with Ulchi carving. It was here in 1990 that Yuri Kuwasali, Ivan Rasugbu, and several other enthusiasts decided to revive the most important ritual of Ulchi culture, which was consigned to oblivion during the years of Soviet rule. It's not actually a bear festival, but Buend Bi Ku Puden Si U, which can be translated as a game with a bear. But the modern interpretation is the bear festival. That's not quite correct, of course. The idea of the bear festival is remembering one's parents. It was a clan festival, but later, at a more modern stage, it changed. To hold this festival, a whole ritual complex was built. A granary on stilts, the taktu, where the ritual utensils were held, and a winter wooden frame house, the kargu, where the guests feasted. Behind it was a log house, the kori, where the bear was kept. And then there was a tomb decorated with an ornamental pattern, the keren, and the actual place for the ritual killing of the bear, the arachu. Everything was included here, so to speak. There were competitions, and the nimblest was chosen. Over several days, the margin was chosen, the strongest and nimblest. He received the right to kill the bear, and he was given 3 arrows. The first arrow purifies the path into the spirit world, and so he had 2 arrows to kill the bear with. This is the footage of the festival that was held in Bulava back in 1990. It is a reconstruction of an ancient ritual intended to revive the tradition of revering the spirits of this place, which was broken over 100 years ago. The basis for reconstructing the unique ritual is found in the diaries of the Russian ethnographer Leopold Schrenk. He witnessed one of the last of the bear games which the Ulchi held before the revolution of 1917. The most fascinating elements were the sketches of the ritual meal, the nagarka, a kind of pagan communion with the spirit world. The clan of the taiga people and the clan of the water people took part in it. They competed in eating and drinking, which symbolized the union with the flesh of the lord of the taiga, Duente Edeni, and the blood of the Amur River. The day in March when the Bear Games were revived according to the ancient tradition marked the beginning of the modern history of the people. This was the spring which taught the Ulchi to look back once more, to honor the graves of their ancestors, their sacred sites, and nature itself, everything that had determined the life of this native people over centuries. In the past, among the numerous sacred places on the Amur, Cape Aori held a special place for the Ulchi. It is a mysterious place of power where the cults of water, the taiga, and the mountains come together as one, where the worship began of the Great Spirit in the form of a bear, Duente Edeni. Behind me is a wonderful finger, the finger of the mountain spirit. You can see it there. In Ulchi, it is called Kaldyam Tumutu, the finger of the mountain spirit. Obviously, the Ulchi worship these places. When they came here, they always brought offerings to the mountain spirit. Of course, the mountain spirit is very strong. It's a powerful being, and so people bowed before it. It is washed by the Amur and located on the boundary between the water, the mountains, and also the taiga. So it is an intermediary between 3 elements, 3 worlds. For Rasugbu, this place is also symbolic because according to legend, this is where the first sacred place of the Ulchi was. It was from here that the family tree began. And here, the cult of nature originated, and the praise of its beauty. Everything around is full of life, and even the tree which I will work with as a carver has its own unique spirit, its own clan pattern. You won't make something if you don't look to your roots, to the sources of the clan. This is where the secret of our design lies. The spirits only allow us to reproduce it. The main thing is not to make up things yourself, but to do everything strictly according to the canon. The list of these laws and taboos is unchanged. just as the rock is unchanged where the Ulchi craftsman brings his offerings to the Lord of the Taiga. These offerings are not as bloody as the first ones that remote ancestors made to the bear spirit. This cult at the foothills of the ancient mountain would have been long forgotten if it had not been for the ancestors of the clan of Rasugbu and Kuisali. They tried once more to establish a connection with the world of spirits on that memorable day when they sent a bear messenger for the last time to Duente Deni, the lord of the taiga. The Bear Festival had great importance. It stopped the disappearance of the memory and faith of the people. Initially, we built it as an ethnographic museum complex. We have an art school in this building because we study our art from old exhibits and utensils. Traditionally, this is how we teach children about our art. Almost all the exhibits are ritual elements of the Bear Festival. There's probably no more symbolic place for introducing the younger generation to the culture of their ancestors. And in this sense, the art school is not a museum, but a living space where the melodies and movements of a vanished era are revived. We teach folk dancing, traditional Ulchi folk art, and oral folk art. We have our own ensemble. I've been the director since 1991. We have 102 children here. It's a real school. The first pupils arrive here at around 9 in the morning, and the house where the sacrament of the last Bear Festival once took place is once more filled with life and bustle. The children enter a space which connects them with generations and generations of ancestors. The history of the people comes to life before their eyes. Children are taught about their native culture by local artisans, above all by the director's wife, Lilia Kuisali.
This passes from generation to generation because I went to the children's art school and now I work here. Yuri also went here as well, and even my children did too. That's how it happens. Because everyone knows that there's an art school here and everyone goes to it. They even may continue to attend the school when they are adults or even when they're parents later in life.
The most important thing for the Kuisali family is to preserve this living thread, to revive interest among children not only in traditional art, but in dances where elements of the Bear Festival come to life. Soon, it will be seen again in all its glory, even if it's in a noisy city on the day of Ulchi culture and not on the sacred rock above the Amur. We're going to have a concert of 3 ensembles. There's the Diro ensemble from the children's school. Then there's the adult ensemble, the Giva or Dawn singing and dancing ensemble. And there's also the Costa children's ensemble. Diro is from the art school. There's going to be a general rehearsal for a trip to Khabarovsk on the day of Ulchi culture. The revival of the Bear Festival in Bulav is not a momentary form of entertainment, but a whole science of communication with the past, with the soul of the people. The children are at an embroidery class at the moment, which will be followed by a local history lesson, and in the evening comes the most important thing, a reconstruction of the bear dances at the ensemble rehearsal. With this schedule, it seems there's no time left for leisure, but they find it, even on the way from the museum gates to the bus stop. Children are children. For them, everything around them is just a game. But if you don't teach them about the culture of their ancestors today, it's unlikely they'll get enthusiastic about it tomorrow. Without this education, these kids will fly away from their native nests without ever feeling or discovering that they are real Ulchi, the people who long ago worshipped and revered the spirits of the taiga and river, holding the sacred bear festival every year on the banks of the Amur. Only today, this ancient ritual is taking on a somewhat different life. From the bloody sacrifices and ritual combats of the fight with the bear, it has turned into the Bear Festival, a secular performance at the House of Culture. First, the natural world of the Amur is displayed in the dances, and then the life of the Ulchi ancestors, hunting in the taiga, fighting for brides, and jumping ropes as a symbol of the birth of children. And finally, there is an almost savage dance where waving the arms symbolizes the death that comes to the bear to the accelerating rhythm of tambourines. Then a time comes for revelry and sad songs, where the world of the spirit ancestors and the world of earthly passions are intertwined as one. In every part of the performance and every song, the traditions of the past are revived. It is important to preserve these things without distorting the meaning of words and movements, and to convey in a secular performance all the profundity and beauty of the folk art, which originated as part of the Bear Festival. Today, the Bear Festival has gained a second life and a second name, the Day of Ulchi Culture. Bulava, as I said before, is a great center of Ulchi culture. We are reviving and developing traditions, especially as we didn't forget them. I mean, all of us, the creative intelligentsia of Bulava. Like a different world, magic rituals and cults of the past coexist with everyday life. The custodians of their sacred meanings prepare their precepts for future generations. The ancient cult is not only reborn on the stage, but also in its shadow, where the pattern of the past and present intertwine as one, where a sacred dialogue takes place between the artist and the spirits of the past under the dim light of an old lamp. We must always observe a unity of form and content. This means that the pattern must fill the entire space, the entire surface, and so that symmetry is not broken anywhere. The trick of this pattern is in that it begins where it stops. As it were, there are no clearly cut off ends. It is like the cosmos. It has no beginning or end. A sense of the world as a complex and beautiful harmony, this is the main secret and magic of the Ulchi culture. Because native people, who were once thought to have a primitive outlook, were able to create such an incredible and sophisticated visual world. This trefoil has magical significance in Ulchi design. In Ulchi, Ba means eternity, cosmos, the sky. This is a broad concept. Every line states that in the pattern of life, everything repeats endlessly. We must simply not break this thread. The fine connection with the world of spirits of the taiga and river, which is brought to life every year by shadows at the local House of Culture. The ancient history of the Ulchi is an intricate pattern in itself. The memory of it helped craftsmen not to turn away from the spirits of the Amur in the era of faithlessness. Today, they revive the soul of the people in the designs, dances, and melodies of their ancestors. They revive them for those who have yet to realize the importance of the path leading back to the sources of ancient rituals which embody the eternal harmony between the people of Mangu and the generous nature of the Amur region. The ethnic peoples of Russia include some groups who have not assimilated with their numerous neighbors. They often do not number more than several hundred people. Over thousands of years, their way of life has practically remained unchanged, and their ancient beliefs, traditions, and languages have been preserved. Because of their closed way of life, the details of their existence are practically unknown to the wider population. We are starting to write our own Red Book of the Peoples of Russia, whose culture may disappear tomorrow. This legend is as old as a sacred mountain. One day, two hunting brothers wandered into those lands following a wounded deer. They saw unusually beautiful mountains, blue skies, the crystal clear waters of a fast-flowing river, and forests full of game. Then the younger brother said, "I'd like to name this majestic mountain Boren Han, after you, my brother, and this place, Aha, meaning senior. May it protect everyone who will live here, the way that you protect and take care of me." Thus, according to the legend, the first people appeared here, and the place was called Aha or Aka. The descendants of those hunting brothers still live here, surrounded by the Sion Mountains. The only small habitat of the Soyot people is the Akinsky area in the Republic of Buryatia. The ancestors of these people lived in southern Siberia since ancient times, between the Ob and the Yenisei riverheads. At the end of the first millennium, Turkic tribes arrived here from Central Asia, instilling their language and way of life. Later, in the 18th century, the Buryat Mongolians came here in search of better pastures. The Soyot people, who were far less in number than the Buryats, soon were influenced by them and over time lost their Turkic language. We consider the Buryat language to be our mother tongue. We've spoken it for over 300 years. When the two ethnic groups met, they decided to coexist amicably. And there was no other choice. The laws of nature, the laws of history dictate that a bigger ethnic group will always absorb a smaller one. It does not mean, though, that we forgot our roots or our traditions. The school day is drawing to a close in the village school. Sarok is considered a large town here. It's surrounded by several smaller nomadic settlements scattered all around it. The nomadic children live and study in this boarding school 5 days a week. Thanks for the lesson. Goodbye. See you tomorrow.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Today is Friday. The long-awaited weekend is approaching and the children are going home to their parents. There is no school bus, though. Here, in the remote mountain area, one has to walk most of the time. Altana Dandakova, a 10th grade school student, is going on a long journey. Her house is located 20 kilometers away from the school. The girl is in a hurry. She has to catch up to her younger brother, Alamji, who has already left for his parents' settlement on his own.
Bye.
It is believed that the word Soyot originates from the name of the mountain Sayan or Sayon, a sharp fang, the name which was given to those mountains by some tribes back in the day. The Soyot people are the descendants of the ancient Samoyed native population of the eastern Sayan Mountains, who lived here long before the arrival of the Mongolian tribes in the 14th to 16th centuries. Their long-standing way of life does not provide an opportunity for the nomads to leave their homesteads every week in order to fetch their children from school, and the children are raised to be independent and are used to going home on their own. Halfway home, Altana and Alamji are caught by bad weather. It is already May, but at an altitude of 2,000 meters above sea level, spring is only just starting.
We always walk those 20 kilometers. You hardly ever see a car here, as there's hardly any road. And if someone happens to come this way, they'll always give you a lift. But we are used to this. All our ancestors roam long distance, moving from place to place.
The house of Altana and her brother is located in a little place called Oro. It's the winter station for the Soyot people. They live here from October till the end of May. In summer, they leave their homes and go higher up the mountains, taking their herds to lush green pastures. My great-grandfathers lived this way for centuries, as we do. We raise cattle. It's our main source of income and food. My wife works as a postal officer in the capital of the region and comes here twice a month, and my children are here every weekend. They spend their summer vacations here too and help me tend the herd. Big herds of horses, cows, deer, and yaks have always been an indispensable part of the local landscape. Each community had their herd, which belonged to 2 or 3 related families simultaneously. However, in the Soviet times, this centuries-old harmonious way of life was destroyed. The government instructed everyone to plow and sow everywhere, including up in the mountains. The hunting grounds were limited. The free nomads were forced to join kolkhozes. The deer and yaks were declared to be a relic of the past. All the deer were killed. To save hundreds of yaks, the Soyot people resorted to trickery. The head of our kolkhoz was the richest collective farm in the Akinsky area and decided to exterminate all the yaks on paper only. In fact, he kept all of them. He told his shepherds, "Hide your yaks in the mountains. It's our future." Today, the population of yaks in the area is over 7,000. It is the biggest population of yaks in the country. They graze freely on the mountain slopes. Those animals are often called snow camels because of a small hump that they have on their shoulders. In the same way as the ships of the desert do, the yaks need space and freedom. They won't let a stranger approach them, but when it comes to the Soyot, a menacing yak is as meek as a lamb. Furthermore, half the herd consists of the so-called hainig, a hybrid between the yak and the domestic cattle.
Grandson, come over here. Have a look at the boots I made for you. Try them on. Do they feel warm and comfortable? Well, that's great. I'm glad they fit you.
Valentina Badayeva is the most experienced seamstress in Uro when it comes to working with yak hides and hair. The yak's hair is very hard and it takes a lot of effort and work to turn it into woolen yarn.
My mother and grandmother made those socks and insoles from yak's hair, and I learned how to knit and do needlework. Hunters like these insoles because they are warm and they absorb moisture. They also massage the feet so that their feet aren't sore. You can walk around the forest for a long time and never be cold.
Altana and Alamji continue their journey through the forest. There are a lot of wild animals, wolves, and bears in this area. The main rule for safety is to not walk on your own. Every Soyot learns as a child what one has to do when facing a wild animal. My father told me that I should always have matches with me. If a wolf or a bear is close, then one should immediately start a fire. It will scare the beast, and it will leave. Badma Dandakov, Altana, and Alamji's uncle is going hunting. While there is still snow on the mountains, it's possible to look for the wolf's lair. Badma and his eldest nephew are going to the forest. The hunt might take a few days. It is incredibly difficult to hunt down this clever beast. Gray predators constantly terrorize the yak herds. At nights, they go into the village and steal lamb. The Soyots are forced to arm themselves in order to protect their herds. He is gone, far, far away. In the late 1990s, it was much easier. We could just use poison. Now poisoning is prohibited. That's why our republic adopted a program 4 years ago. If you kill a wolf, you are awarded 5,000 rubles from the state budget, and the Regional Administration for Agricultural Development grants another 5,000. Last year, 67 wolves were killed in our settlement alone. Fortunately, the children have not yet met a single one. Indeed, wild animals prefer to stay away from people. The school children continue their journey safely. Their pace speeds up as they are nearing their home. The hunters have to cross dozens of kilometers up in the mountains to track down a wolf. Small, but extremely resilient, Mongolian horses are the best and most reliable means of transport. Before undertaking their journey, the hunters put new horseshoes on their horses so that they don't need to worry about ice on the mountain roads. The Soyot people shoe their horses the same way they did 100 years ago, without using any special equipment. It might look brutal, but it is absolutely painless for the animal. The nomads are the unsurpassed masters at this task. As long as the Soyots and the Buryats live on the land, blacksmith craft will exist here. We'll only stop making horseshoes if the earth turns upside down or the end of the world arrives. After the collapse of the collective farms, a lot of equipment was abandoned and left to rust. This serves as a raw material for the blacksmith. Old Siran Dorjo can make anything from old truck springs and old planting machines, be it a knife or a hunter's set, but mostly it's horseshoes that are in demand. That's it, son. Our horseshoes are ready. We can shoe our horse, and then you'll be able to hunt in the forest or up in the mountains without any problems. Old Siran Dorjo lives in Uro together with his sons. Men do all the household chores in their nomad homes, while their wives work in the village of Sorok. The work is easier there, and the payment is regular. Now and then they talk over the mobile phone. The mobile phones are tied to a little rope by the window. That's the only way to get a signal here. The signal is very bad here. I put up a mirror up there on the mountain to improve the signal. The tiny Soyot settlements are virtually isolated from the world by the chain of the eastern Sayan Mountains. This small group of people, lost in the remote area, only became known to the world after the collapse of the Soviet Union. In 1926, and during the entire Soviet period, the Soyot people were listed as the Buryats. The goal was straightforward. All the unique small ethnic groups were to join and merge with the unified Soviet people. If the Soyot people are not in any census, then they simply don't exist. We acquired the official status of an independent, small, indigenous ethnic group only in the year 2000 in March, when the Russian government passed the resolution to ratify the list of the indigenous minorities. Today, the Soyot population is slightly over 3,500 people. Most of them live in this area. The Soyots build houses, dress in modern clothes, and use mobile phones. But some 50 to 70 years ago, things were very different. The Soyot families live in ursas, tents made from reindeer skin or tree bark. One ursa would house 3 generations. The grandmother usually sat by the cradle. A hanging cradle with a baby was unusual. It had mountings at the bottom so that it could be tied on the back of a horse during migrations. The nodules on the leather rope of the cradle signified the number of children who had slept in this cradle. The Soyots still use the utensils and household items that they used 300 years ago. A Soyot man can pack his things in 30 minutes and go to the taiga to hunt for 30 days or for 2 months. And he'll be fine. Long passages in remote locations do not scare them. They are born resilient. Altana and Alamji arrived home within a few hours. They are wet and tired, but there's no time to rest. They have to help their parents around the house. The weekend will fly past unnoticed, filled with work. The first thing for Alamji is to tend his favorite calves. During the week, they've grown up and forgotten the boy. That's why they are afraid and running away from him. Altana starts with the household chores straight away. She has to make lunch and feed her little sister. While her father is out in the pasture with the herd, she cooks Soyot pancakes with sour milk.
My brother and I can do everything around the house, all the adults work, but we each have our own responsibilities. I cook and clean the house, and Alamji, for example, chops wood for the fire.
Alamji hasn't been to a hunt yet because he's too young, but he fishes. Together with his friends, he assembles some simple tackle and goes to the river. Once I caught a burbot here of about 80 centimeters. You are imagining it. It was no more than 20 to 30 centimeters. There are no big burbots here. You are right, there might be no big burbots here because it's only about 2 meters deep. But on the other river where we went fishing, my friend and I, we caught a fish of 50 to 60 centimeters. Nobody has ever caught such a big fish here. Civilization has penetrated into the lives of these people, but it hasn't changed their unique perception of this world. Every year they are happy to participate in the national games, a fond childhood memory, at the festival which honors the sacred mountain of Buran Han. Should we try, guys? What do you think? Yes, please. I used to play it too. They didn't let me take part in the game this winter. Who's the champion now? The winner must hit it for the longest time. 1. The clothes are getting in the way. The Soyots take pride in their national costume. Here, every ornament and every stitch has a meaning.
Even the boots of the national costume have a special meaning. The toes are curved so that they don't disturb the soil and grass, and so it's not hurt by the sharp tips of the boot.
In everyday life, the Soyots used to dress more humbly in clothes made of simple and cheap materials. They wear their bright national costumes only on special occasions. Hard-working Soyots don't have many celebrations, but this one is special. People from all over the area come to the foothill of the sacred Buran mountain to celebrate it. Only those who live in the most remote areas, such as Oro, might have to miss the celebrations because they can't leave their everyday work routines. The day of Buran is a great day for the Soyots, comparable to the meaning of Christmas for the Christians. These people's beliefs are a quaint combination of shamanism and Buddhism. The elderly of the Soyot settlement say a pagan prayer by the soul, Cedar Rock. We pray for our children, our grandchildren, and all of us to live here in peace and harmony, happiness, and love to everyone, so that everything goes well. Vladimir Ubasheyev is not a priest, nor a shaman. He is the first and only Soyot stone carver. The Akinsky area is rich in jade, a semi-precious stone. The self-learned craftsman carves various shapes and figures from it. Since I was a child, I dreamt of creating something I like to draw, sculpt, but then for some reason I completely stopped doing it. After I retired, I started carving wood and didn't have any intention to work with stones. I think our ancestors used to make many things from various stones. We have a lot of different types here. For example, they used to make stone pipes, simple ones, very simple ones. The subject of his work is traditional, mostly wild and tamed animals, primarily the yaks. Yaks enjoy special treatment here. The birth of a yak is an important event for a Soyot. Last night, a calf was born, as white as snow. It's a good omen, according to a folk saying. Relatives and neighbors are coming to the house of Bato Dandakov to celebrate this event. There is a family of the European anthropologist Alex Eller among the guests. They've been here for a few months. People of different cultures connected easily. How do you feel here? We enjoy living here. It's beautiful. We are surrounded by beauty. But there, in Europe, you have it all. Hot water, showers, everything. We have become accustomed. Fresh water comes directly from the mountain river. The Scottish anthropologist studies the relationships between man and domestic animals. Alex films and documents all the Soyot's activities around the house. That's the topic of his dissertation. When I arrived here in May last year for the first time, I came as far as this valley and saw how the people lived. I decided that I would have to come and stay here to experience it, to experience the life. And then, when I came back here in September, everyone was waiting for me and welcoming me. They are really very hospitable. I had a very warm welcome, and then I started living with them. To the researcher, these people are like precious treasures, hidden in the depth of the Eurasian continent, protected by mountains from the rest of the world. It's peculiar that they really tried to introduce progress into this area in the Soviet times. They brought various equipment here. So, from this point of view, it seems like the past was more up-to-date than the present. But to me, it's developing in the right direction. People now live more naturally. They stay true to themselves. However, Bato Dandakov wants his children to follow the path of progress and feel at ease in the modern dynamic world. The head of the family admits that it's becoming increasingly difficult to provide for themselves on their homestead, and his children will have to seek other means of providing for themselves. It's become more difficult recently. We have to take meat to Irkutsk, which is 450 kilometers away, or Ulan-Ude, which is 700 kilometers. We need to obtain a lot of certificates from the veterinaries and other experts, and pay for each of them to finally sell the meat cheap. So we have to work more to survive. I want my children to get an education, to become teachers or lawyers, to live and work in the city. Meanwhile, the Soyot women decide to foretell Alex Eller's future in a traditional Soyot way by reading river stones, which are actually the pieces of petrified clay.
Every child here knows that this is a symbol of a girl. Her spirit is hovering over you and your family. If your wife becomes pregnant, then she'll give birth to a girl, and this girl will have a very interesting life. She'll be very talented. Possibly, she'll do some art. Here she is, look at her.
We're not against that. No wonder that the great Russian scientist Vladimir Abruchev called this land a little Tibet. Everything is full of life here and holds a special meaning that does not reveal itself just to anyone. The weekend is coming to an end. The 2 days spent at home have flown by. Altana and Alamji are going to leave their native land, Oroa, for 5 days.
Alamji, did you pack my textbooks?
Yes, I have them.
Let's go.
Bye, Father. The children once again have to walk for 20 kilometers through the mud and wet snow. And by the end of the week, they'll be looking forward to the last bell and hurrying back home to their beloved animals and their hard but familiar duties in the quiet place of Uroa. Like a songbird that is flying over the mountains, the clear voice of a young storyteller rings out. Once it becomes stronger and the sound more powerful, it will be heard from far away. He will tell everyone about the intrepid and industrious Soyot people, shaggy axe, and a nomadic lifestyle. He will tell them about a lost world where there is no fuss nor feud, filled with beauty and eternal harmony, about his fascinating native land, which is topped by the majestic and sacred Borinhan. The ethnic peoples of Russia include some groups who have not assimilated with their numerous neighbors. They often do not number more than several hundred people. Over thousands of years, their way of life has practically remained unchanged, and their ancient beliefs, traditions, and languages have been preserved. Because of their closed way of life, the details of their existence are practically unknown to the wider population. We are starting to write our own Red Book of the Peoples of Russia, whose culture may disappear tomorrow. This is where Prometheus was chained to a rock after he stole fire from Zeus from mankind. Here, on the roof, the appearance of St. George took place. Even worms have their spirits. So do chickens, and women, and young girls. The history of the Diggers dates back to the times of Scythian and Sarmatian tribes roaming from the Don to the Danube. In the 3rd century AD, they were swept by the barbarian invasions. Only the ancient Alans managed to build a powerful state in the Caucasus Piedmont. The modern Ossetians are direct descendants of the ancient Alans. They are divided into 2 ethnic groups, the Irans and the Diggers. According to the 2010 census, only 223 people called themselves the Diggers. Do you know what herb it is? It's called gangali. You can bend it like this, peel it, and eat. During the famine, they used to eat it. Try it. Tsarak Tabayev lives in the city of Dagora, situated in the North Ossetia. Earlier, the city was known as Valno-Kristianovskaya village. Taboyev is a local celebrity, expert in customs, poet, and the wisest man in his quarter. Sarak is finishing a book on his land. What planet these? These? My grandpa. The other ones? Me. Sarak and his grandson Seroja live in a valley 80 kilometers from Severe de Gor ravine. Tomorrow, we're going to the mountains, to the place where our people came from. We're going to travel far, but you'll see how our ancestors lived. Do you want to come? Your grandpa will take you with him.
Oh, Golden Alordi, my family is setting off on a very long journey. We ask you to return them home safe and sound. We trust our children to you. Don't let them come down with sickness. If we're guilty, please forgive us.
Today, Sarak's family, along with other diggers, celebrate a big holiday of a creature called Alordi. Quite an unordinary holiday. If Alordi looks at you, then you fall ill. Mostly you get smallpox. Many people died from it. Awe-inspiring Alordi holds a specific place among numerous digger gods and ghosts. Paganism and Christianity that came here in the early Middle Ages merged. The modern theories on the etymology of Alordi's name are ambiguous. It comes from the Georgian Alaverdi, a place in Georgia. There's a temple of John the Baptist there. He used to save children. But John the Baptist is a good-looking, bearded, and handsome man, right? And Alordi is scary. Nobody knows what Alordi looks like, as the diggers don't picture their ghosts. One thing we know for sure, Alordi is dangerous, and the diggers do their best cajoling him. Women start this day with baking sacred pies.
We do it early in the morning, when there's dew on the grass. We use cheese to bake 3 pies.
In 1937, the digger language was declared anti-revolutionary and banned. Since then, the Iran dialect of the Ossetic language, the most common, has been used in schools. Compared to the Iran, the digger is more ancient and much closer to the language of the ancient Alans. A digger can read ancient texts which in Iran can't. Debates on status of the digger language take place today. Thousands of years ago, the digger language used to be widely spoken. So, how dare you call it a dialect today? A dialect can become a language, but not the other way around. A language either lives or dies. And a language lives while at least 2 people speak it. While 2 women are kneading dough, men are in the yard of Sarak's house. It's Children's Day in the rest of the world, but here they drink to the severe Alordi, washing it down with milk. Hail Alordi, you dreadful ghost. We ask you to hide your face from our miners. We pray to you as our fathers did. May you help us. Try it. All right? On big holidays, the diggers sacrifice animals. Every household does their best. Someone prepared a turkey, someone a sheep, someone even an ox. It depends on income. Sarak's house chose a ram as a sacrifice. This is the sacrifice we're making for Altai today. Save our children from illnesses. May all the spirits help. Hear us, Altai. They're burning hair on the forehead of the sacrificial ram. The sacred smoke will fly up to the Supreme God and he will accept the sacrifice. Noon is approaching, and processions of worshippers are gathering in the grove sacred to the diggers. Men don't participate. Altai is mostly a women's and children's holiday. We celebrate all Christian holidays. All my children are baptized. My parents and ancestors were Christian. But at the same time, we don't forget our gods. Each family makes 3 circles around the sacred tree of Altai, praying and leaving sacrifices. Apart from pies, this is milk, sour cream, meat, cotton, and ribbons. Altair's bloodthirsting heart needs to be softened.
We worship Altai, and we trust him with our children.
The modest supper is only the beginning. Today, all people in Dagora are going to go on street and sit together at one table. Every year, we give a feast on every street. The most respected guests are received according to the digger etiquette. Hello! Today, we're having a big holiday. Everybody's praying. May God answer our prayers. Amen. Since we're in the Caucasus, the diggers can dance. Traditionally, women's applause accompanies the dance. Soon, the dancing starts to spread to the other guests. News travels fast in Little Dagora. People at the ceremony heard that Sarak and his grandson are going to the mountains. Sarak, you're going to travel far. We wish you luck. May St. George, patron of travelers, save you. Amen. Do you have a friend? Yes. Me too. From childhood. I'll introduce you to him. They don't have such a garden as here. They don't even have wood. It's early in the morning, and Sarak and Saroja are about to hit the road. Despite a great feast and bestowed honors, women keep worrying. It's the first time Saroja is going that high up to the mountains. Sarak can't stand pressure difference. Sarak's friend is Kim Kibizov. He's been living on the edge of the Digor ravine in Dunta village for all his life. He used to work as a driver, he built a home, and brought up his children. He owns his land like any peasant, with one exception. It's very hard to survive in these places, because soil is very poor. All Kim's neighbors have moved to the valley where it's easier to live. Here in the mountains, Kim grew up together with Sarak, who used to visit his great-grandfather. Kim and Sarak haven't seen each other for 10 years now, separated by distance and routine. Long time no see. Sarak, Tsarey, this is a serious man. He's done a lot of good things. Until the 18th century, the diggers couldn't move to the valley with its fertile lands. They were locked in the mountains. They didn't have a right to move. They belonged to Kabardian princes. The Tsars did us a favor. Digorye was one of the first regions in the North Caucasus to join the Russian Empire in the 18th century. Liberated from Kabardian princes, the diggers from the ravine started moving to the valley where their ancestors once lived. If not for this decree, we'd live in mountains and there'd be very few of us, because it's very hard to live in the mountains. Two villages were founded in 1852 on the flatland before the Digor ravine, Volno Kristianovskaya and Volno Magometanskaya. The first one for Christians, and the other for diggers converted to Islam during the Kabardian rule. Now they're called Digora and Chikola. One more part of the diggers didn't want to move to the valley and stayed in the mountains. The Caucasus peaks are getting closer now. The road starts meandering. St. George welcomes travelers at the entrance to the Digor ravine. After God, there's no such saint as St. George for the diggers. His name is Wasgirgi in Digor. At every table you can hear prayers to him. Wasgirgi, patron of warriors and travelers, is an exceptionally male saint. Women are not allowed inside these sanctuaries. The Nart sagas mentions St. George, and the sagas about him are older than what Christianity says about him. In the local epos, a young man killing a serpent turned into a powerful bearded hero flying a three-legged horse. It's related to the three-legged sacrificial table and pies with 3 corners. Even numbers are associated with bad luck in the local rituals. A legend blames Tamerlane for the tragic fate of the diggers' ancestors. The great conqueror met a troop of bellicose Alan girls. They were marching and saw the Alan girls with musical instruments, dressed up. Of course, they jumped off their horses and ran to them. But the girls put their musical instruments aside, took arrows, and killed them all. Then Tamerlane said, "Destroy all the Alans, from children to the old." In the beginning of the 14th century, the Alans did fight against Tamerlane. Their opposition nearly led to the Alans' complete extermination. A simple woman from Zadalevsk village collected orphans who survived the invasion and breastfed them in a cave. Legendary Nana, which is mother in Degor, is worshipped all around the Caucasus. Just imagine, there were dozens of children of different ages here. And when she left, she used to cover the entrance with branches so that the enemy couldn't see. That's where the Degors came from. Children then moved to a bigger cave that was higher up in the hill. It's hard to count how many sacrificial animals have been eaten here by them and their successors. What we know is that the people survived. I'm waiting. God knows I am. I'd like him to spend here however long he can. A month, maybe 2, maybe a year. Kim is preparing for the encounter while Tsarak and Seroja are slowly going up. 78 years. My children support me, so I want to do something more. Not only are Tsarak and Kim childhood friends, Kim lives in the place where Tsarak's clan came from. Kim is a guardian of history. Kim living here means that these places still have a master. The most important thing is that there's a negative attitude to this place. Now we have everything. We have pastures, we have what to stock up and what to plant, but there's nobody here. Kim's solitary thoughts are interrupted by Tsarak's car. It hardly clears the last obstacle. Tsarak, how are you? Hello, boy. Come here. Welcome the guest. Taira, let me hug you, darling. The first toast is to thank God for the long-awaited encounter. He mentions the role of Tsarak's clan in the history of these places. Once, our enemies came here and laid a tribute on us. Your clan saved us. Traditional pies are served here as well. Seroja likes it the most. Here you go. Wow. Did Tsarak teach you? Tsarak and Seroja find household objects of the older generations in one of the houses. The cauldron chain was transferred by succession. And this one was used to boil a ram in beer. It took a long time to get rich in groggy broth. It's impossible to observe the place without referring to mysterious details. Look, it's where water is running from. It's so clear that you can wash yourself without soap. In the old times, women used to wash clothes there, but suddenly skies turned black in the middle of the day and a whirlwind took a girl to the sky. And when she was taken up to the skies, her last words were, "Tell all the Boyev family to live together and forgive each other." Finally, the granddad and the grandson arrived to the destination of their journey. Seroja, this is the most sacred place for us. Here was the house of our ancestors and their ancestors. It was tall and sound. Many years ago, we moved from here to the valley. There will be a lot of gratitude, village meetings, toasts, and wishes. There'll be a lot of stories and legends to tell. Seroja is full of impressions and seems to fall asleep. His granddad wants to tell a tale of the hero Saslan. Sirgo, you my little dear. Narts were strong people, but the strongest among them was the hero Saslan. Once he took part in a campaign. It was winter, and he had nothing to feed the cattle. He met a giant on the road. His name was Mukara. Saslan came up to his house and put a pole inside. Like a bolt from the blue, a sword appeared and chopped the pole. Then Saslan took the magic sword and cut off the giant's head. Sleep, my darling. Seroja will not hear the end of the story. He's sleeping and dreaming of Narts, Scythians, Alans, battles, and adventures. Tomorrow, he's going back home. To the valley. The old men have a lot of things to discuss. Do you remember our thresher? There were hungry years after the war, and workers gave us a handful of grain. We shoved it in our pockets, ran back home, and fried it. It was so good. Remember? Yeah, it was hard. What's even more important for Sarak and Kim is to have a moment of silence together, for not only friendship unites them, but also a common grief. Each of them lost 2 children. Only fathers who lost their children can understand each other in the silence of mountains. Tomorrow they'll part. God knows for how long. Kim will stay here and guard this land. Sarak will go back home to finish his book. Grandpa, look how beautiful it is. Can I propose a toast too? Sure you can. Bellicose, nomadic Scythians are part of history now, as well as the Sarmatians and the Alan Kingdom. Kabardian princes and the Russian Empire, it's all gone. But the Digor language still lives on, despite bans of the Stalin times and official oblivion. Truth that sounds like a fantasy, and a fantasy you can't help believing in, will be spoken in this language. Fairy tales too. One day Seroja will tell those tales to his grandchildren before bedtime in Digor. The ethnic peoples of Russia include some groups who have not assimilated with their numerous neighbors. They often do not number more than several hundred people. Over thousands of years, their way of life has practically remained unchanged, and their ancient beliefs, traditions, and languages have been preserved. Because of their closed way of life, the details of their existence are practically unknown to the wider population. We are starting to write our own Red Book of the Peoples of Russia. whose culture may disappear tomorrow.
Once during archaeological excavations in one of the Izhorian churches, my sister's husband found a stone with the inscription which read, "When Varangian Prince Truver came to the Pskov region, he met a tribe here who spoke a language different from Slavic. They were called Chud, or the Chuds. We, the Setos, originated from this land."
For centuries, the Setos were baptized and married in the same churches and buried in the same cemeteries, until the 20th century, when neighboring villages ended up being on opposite sides of the border. Entire families were divided.
Some Setos stayed there, others here. As is the case with my sister and I, we are one family, one generic family tree, one people. But if you delve deeper into it, we don't share the same roots. As there's no common ground between us, we don't even live in the same villages anymore.
An invisible barbed wire fence stretches between Russia and Estonia across vast fields, the heart of the Setos land. And it's only once a year at the Kirmash festival that the divided people become one again. The borders of the native land of the Setos haven't changed in 3,000 years. The villages still stand where they were standing 500 to 600 years ago, but there are hardly any descendants of the ancient Chud people left in these villages. Until the revolution of 1917, there were more than 20,000 Setos living here. According to the All Russia Census of 2010, there are only 214 left.
It's like the disappearance of a song. It's exactly like that in our Pechora region. There are very few Setos left, and there is nobody to inherit our traditions. There are more of them in Estonia, and the young people there do display some interest.
The village where Heliu Zapatalo lives is one of the last Setos villages in the Pskov region. The majority of the Setos now live in the neighboring Estonia, including Heliu's sister, Yi Sarv, who moved to Estonia, where the Setos are recognized as a separate ethnic group.
The Seto culture is unique. We are neither Estonian nor Russian, even though we are Orthodox. We are Seto. People with our own tragic history. That's probably what makes our culture exceptional, that we seem to have two homes and our land is divided in two parts.
The ancestral lands of the Setos were located west of the Peipus Lake, which is where their ancestors, the Finno-Ugric tribes of the Chuds, or the Chud, lived. In the 16th to 17th centuries, they merged with the Krivichs and became part of the Principality of Pskov. This was the start of their separation from the closely related tribe of the Ests, who fell under the influence of the Crusaders of the Teutonic and Livonian orders and were converted to Catholicism. The lands of the Pskov Chuds were joined together with the monastic lands of the Pskov Pechori Monastery and were under its auspices until 1920, when the monastery and the city of Pechori were passed to the Republic of Estonia. After the Second World War, the historic area of Satoma was divided. The modern area of the Pechorsky district, the Pskov region, was returned to Russia, and the Voru and Polva districts stayed within the borders of Estonia. The boundaries between Estonia and Russia were drawn not only across the land, but also across the families who used to live in one big country. During the tectonic shifts in history, nobody heard the voices of the small ethnicity or saw its tragedy. The village of Yisar's family remained in the Estonian part, while her relatives and her ancestral graves were in Russia, in the Pskov area, which not every Estonian seto has access to.
The result was that our land, Setoma, was divided by a so-called control line. The border split us apart from each other and separated us from our roots. Metaphorically speaking, apples that used to fall close to the tree were now isolated from it without the possibility of going back to their native land, where our entire family came from, where I grew up, and most likely would have stayed had I known that we would be divided this way.
Yi and all her relatives are scattered around the villages along the borders like the apples of a family tree. She never imagined that a border that was only imaginary half a century ago would someday become real.
We always lived together, visited each other's homes. I spent nearly every weekend at my sister's, and then it all stopped. Our forest started disappearing. The land deserted by people started to wither, and so did we without that land.
In order to keep a connection with her native land, Yi Sarv goes to Russia every year for the Kirmash celebration. According to tradition, the whole family gets together to share a pie before the celebration.
We would often bake an apple pie on the eve of Kirmash. It's the time of the savior of the apple feast. That's why we bake a pie with apples. The ritual has its peculiarity. For the family, we always mix the dough with our hands. For those that aren't family, we use a spoon.
Family has always been the foundation of life for this small group of people, as well as village feasts like Kirmash, which is celebrated to mark the end of the Assumption fast. The Setos called this day the Day of the Mistress. This was a time of harvesting and cooking to honor the Virgin Mary and Peko, the god of hearth and home. Another important tradition to be followed before Kirmash is going to a Seto Sana, which is also protected by the hardly noticeable wooden figure of Peko. The person responsible for the kindling for this sana is Hainar, Yi's brother. This is our traditional sana. It takes at least 5 to 7 hours to prepare it. By contrast to a Finnish sauna, the Seto sauna is heated in a black way. Smoke is used to heat the room. According to an old belief, this cleanses someone from all negativity so that they can attend the celebration renewed. Not everyone can endure a Seto sauna. One needs to get used to it. Before the trial by water, fire, and smoke, the guests gathering in Ia's house are treated to a festive pie. Most of them live in the city, so for them this is the only opportunity to connect with the history and traditions of their people. And what is here?
This is Heinar's workshop. He makes canales here. Do you know what that is?
What is that?
Do you know the name of our traditional musical instrument? Leito.
But she is wrong. Leito is a traditional Estonian instrument, while the Seto kanal is a traditional Seto instrument similar to the Russian gusli or Karelian kantele. Nobody would have made that mistake before, but times are different now.
Unfortunately, modern young people don't know their culture well because they no longer live in a village. They are no longer connected to the land. This issue is not only a problem in Russia, but Estonia too. People have holiday homes and villages these days, but that's completely different. People are no longer connected to the land of Setoma.
A humble mistress of the village was once the head of the Seto community and the mother of the song. In olden days, this was the title awarded to the best singers of traditional chorus songs, Lelo, which were recognized in the UNESCO representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity in 2009.
Lelo songs are improvised songs that reflect on life and the events that occur in it. This is the only form of the old Seto language that has been preserved its original sound. It's the soul of the people, if I'd say so.
Yi is trying to sing a bit of one of the old songs, a lament on the sad fate of a divided people. This song was once sung by Yi's grandmother, whose generation did not have the division into Russian and Estonian Seto. They all lived together on the same land, under the same sky. With the emergence of the so-called control line, Yi's village, Mitkavitsi, turned out to be cut off by a real border. The border was laid between Yi and her sister Helia, one of the last people speaking the Seto language in the Pechori land.
During the holidays and every summer, she used to come and visit her aunt, who was living across the road from us. And we spent all the time together. We went to pick berries, played together in summer, and in the winter.
The boundary stretched from north to south for 294 kilometers, with most of it going across the Peopus Lake and the Narva River. A number of checkpoints were open on land, such as the Narva Ivangorod and the Koidula Kunichin mountain checkpoint. This border checkpoint has been a special place for Yi Sar for the last 20 years. It's the only link which connects her with her native skull of land, where she returns to year after year, marking the words she once told her sister as a joke.
We don't meet as often now. We always get together on special occasions. She jokingly said that there might not be a celebration, but we will always get together.
Kirmash is celebrated in the Pskov region for a reason. Since ancient times, Kirmash was held to coincide with the harvest, of which the patron god was Peko. Peko is believed to have been buried in the caves of the Pechora monastery. Christ and the Virgin Mary were deemed to be his godparents, and that his parents were simple Seto peasants. In this peculiar way, the history of christening from the ancestors in the skull of Pechori Monastery, the main shrine of the Seto, found its way into the beliefs of the people. In the morning, the descendants of the skull of Chud from all the border villages and hamlets gather at the gates of the monastery. They are still waiting for the arrival of their relatives from the Estonian side. According to tradition, they are here to meet the abbot of the monastery, but before that, they'll also meet with the Seto king. The Seto king is elected by the people, who have to serve and be faithful to him. The same way that the first representative of God on earth served the Seto people. The king wears a special hat and white outfit decorated with a traditional Seto ornament. Ari Hearn is the real king of the Seto people, recognized on both sides of the border.
Petseri poole peal parglas taastamise mõte väga meeldib mulle.
The Pechora Seto like our idea very much, but they prefer to refer to the king of Setoma as the representative of Peko, who is believed to be buried here in the caves of the Pechori monastery. Although it has happened that the old ladies in Pechori have mistaken the king for the priest, despite the fact that he wears white garments instead of the black that the Orthodox priests wear. Peko was baptized here, and he baptized all the Seto people here, and something in the image of the king must remind them of Peko. The Seto were called half-believers by the Russians. They were among the first of the Finno-Ugric people to convert to the Orthodox religion, but they continued celebrating their pagan holidays along with the Christian ones. For example, on the day of the Assumption of Mary, the Seto celebrate both the Virgin Mary and their god Peko. Until now, communication is the main stumbling block between the ethnic groups on this land, both in the Pskov region and in the closely related Estonia, where the Seto language is considered to be a dialect of Estonian.
The problem with our language and our culture is that it's connected to the abundance of Estonian in our lives. We hear Estonian over the radio, over the TV, we read, write, and speak Estonian at school. Despite the fact that it's a related language, there are quite a few differences, and it's important to retain those. Otherwise, the future generations will not be able to understand our songs, the faith of our ancestors.
Perhaps this is one of the main reasons why Yi Sarv goes to Russia every year, to visit her land close to the village of Mitkovitsi, to the place where she first heard her grandmother sing, where children were not separated by the border, but instead would tend the cows and get together for village feasts. There's hardly anyone living there now, apart from her sister who Yi meets to celebrate Kirmash together.
When are you coming for the celebration? I don't know. It depends on the weather and on how I'm feeling.
It's as important for Yi to visit her native grounds as it is for Heliu to hear and speak her language, which is only spoken in Russia by some 100 people.
Here, children born from mixed marriages speak Russian even at home. Usually they don't even know Seto language. There are very few people who can speak it nowadays, so it becomes more and more difficult to preserve our songs.
At one time, the Seto songs were sung all around the Pechori region. Each village had a special song day. Today, it's only one village which still has a tradition, Segova. A few years ago, the museum estate of the Seto people was built here. It is a special place for our heroines. People meet old friends here, share good and bad news, and sing songs known to them from their childhood spent in the Pskov land of Setomaa. This song improvisation can last for a few hours. As one person stops, another can pick it up and carry it on. This is what makes the Seto Lelo unique. The songs continue even when the campfire dies out. A song shouldn't have boundaries by definition. That is why the song continues to sound over the land of Setomaa the next day. This time, it sounds on the Estonian side, in the village of Abenitsa, where several years ago the Abenitsa Seto Museum was created to showcase the family and cultural traditions of the Seto people. The idea of creating Setomaa emerged around 25 years ago, when the Seto were divided by a border. To stop the increasing separation, we decided to restore the tradition of meetings based on the epos of Pekka. In this epos, the representative of God before his death appoints as representative the king of Seto, who has to hold celebrations and gather all the Seto together by the fire. This is where our family gatherings originate from. But today, those celebrations attract not only the Estonian or Skov Seto. It's the first time in 100 years that the relatives living in faraway Siberia arrived in the land of Setomaa to reunite with their families.
Our ancestors went to Siberia over 100 years ago, during the period of 1900 to 1914, before the First World War. No one will tell you for sure how many of us moved there, but according to the ethnographic data, there were about 3,000 people. They went there after they'd been deprived from their land as a result of Stolypin's reform. Then people were moved to Siberia in big numbers.
Primarily, it affected the language and the appearance of the Siberians. And Yi Sarv, who came to visit this gathering, couldn't help but to notice it.
They speak differently. They retain more Seto words, yet they speak with a special Siberian accent. In fact, it also sounds different in Estonia and in Pechora. The location also affects their costumes. They have ornaments, colors, and textures that we don't even use here.
In contrast to the families from Pskov and Estonia, the Siberian Setos were moved to a completely new land. They were isolated from their own land for hundreds of years. The Partizansk area of the Krasnoyarsk region has become their new motherland, a place with its own way of living, and their culture seems to be frozen in time. One can see the tragic destiny of the divided people in the few rare photos of the Siberian Seto. A tragedy still felt today. Without a chance to retain their unity within the state borders, this small group of Finno-Ugric people is trying to maintain themselves in the borders of Setomaa, or the country of Seto.
I
think that today our main challenge is to preserve the language, the traditions, and the culture, not only in Setomaa land, but also in other regions of Estonia, in the neighboring Pechori region, and in Siberia, everywhere where the descendants of the Seto can be found. This imaginary kingdom with its Seto king moves all around the Seto land. where the descendants of the ancient Chud are not united by a political will, but by a common language, traditions, and songs. The songs of a small group of people who managed to preserve themselves in the center of Europe during times of change.